Morning, everyone, and welcome back from yesterday. We'll reconvene the meeting. Any councillors today wishing to declare a pecuniary interest, please note that do that before the start of the item, and please state why. And for everyone's awareness, we designated breaks each day at approximately 10:30 a.m., 12 noon, 1 p.m., and 3 p.m. Start off today, have Chief Financial Officer Lori Farquharson would like to address council on a few issues. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, and here with me is Susan McIsaac, Manager of Financial Planning. Yesterday, there were a great deal of questions resulting from trying to understand the salary and wage process due to the large increase that happened over the 4-year term. There was a great deal of work that happened to calculate those adjustments. We did provide you with 3 handouts, which I would like to provide an overview on. The first being the proposed budget, which is a portrait layout that is yellow. You can see here. Start with this one. This document shows the total salaries, wages, and benefits for the whole RMWB. You can see from line to line each type of salary and then each type of expense related to salaries, and then it gets down further to the bottom of the line. It gets into the various different benefits that have been calculated. Now, there are some large amounts that I'm going to speak to. First being the contingency. This was an item that came up, and you can see from a percentage perspective, it's 937%. So last year in 2023, we implemented a new strategy, and that was looking at historical salaries where there was large dollar values left over. We looked at historical turnover rates where salaries were unused, and we calculated an average of approximately 7% if a business unit had constant turnover. Now, this was a new exercise that we were doing and trying to find that sweet spot of how much funding do you really need based on your FTEs. So we had calculated $2.3 million for that contingency amount. Now, with that, we also had a lot of positions that were funded at $1. So we've gone away from that exercise, and what we've said is we're going to give 100% of the budgets necessary in order to staff up each branch based on their budgeted positions. But then we know groups are not going to be fully staffed. We know there's going to be staff turnover. So we worked with business areas, and then you'll see why there's such a big difference. We actually have a contingency amount of $24 million. So we know that people are not going to spend the full value of their salary budgets. So that's the biggest reason for that shift, is we changed the methodology in how we are funding positions. You can see, is there any questions on that before I get into more detail?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, thank you, Director, for explaining this. In the contingency, when you're removing that, is that taking out like all of their benefits and everything as well, or is that just the salary portion?
Benefits as well. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that is the full value of the cost of that employee, including their benefits. So their salary, wages, and benefits. Yep. And then just to add to what CFO Farquharson said, the reason why we made this change was transparency. So you could truly see the cost of what it costs for the employees, so within their regular salary line and their benefits, and then that contingency, because if we were netting the two together, it was even hard for us to understand our true salary costs and year over year to compare them. So in this way, we're able to kind of pull them out a little bit and be able to report on it better and understand what the vacancies are costing us and what our true salary costs are.
Thank you. And one last question, I guess. This might be for each department or just as a whole. If we have a vacancy that we don't plan on filling this year, would that be because we just don't need it? Is that because somebody's not coming back? Would that be because it just seems like if we have a vacancy and we're like, we're not going to use it, then why do we have it?
It's a very good question. Did you want to answer that, or I can? Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's a very good question, and there are literally a multitude of reasons. We can have people that are off on medical leave, and they might be planning on coming back. You have very complex technical positions. It's very difficult to fill some of those roles. Until you know just how long somebody's going to be gone, there's a great deal of effort to staff up a position. So there's constant turnover in every department for a multitude of reasons.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And if they don't plan on filling it, then yeah, we're going to scoop that position.
Yeah, and move it across. And it's security, right? We talked about it yesterday with the bylaw services and RCMP. Just the security background check might delay it.
Absolutely. Yeah, there have been a lot of challenges filling some of those more unique positions, bringing them to a northern community, but also finding the technical resources that we need to do a lot of the work we do.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation nonstop. I'm looking at the first line of this, and it says exempt salary regular, 52 million in 2023. It's going to be 60 million in 2024, and 15% change.
Mm-hmm.
How so? And that's one, I see 15% is, I see, I think this came up yesterday as well, but that's one question. The second question is, what percentage of staff are exempt salary? Not even just the percentage versus the regular, because I also see the regular wages, 103 million for 23. And 2024 will be 117 million and 60 million to the exempt. I'm wondering how many people are exempt versus how many people are regular staff, just for my education.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, so there's two variables there. The first being, to answer your question about the percentage, it's approximately 25% are exempt. And the other side of the equation is back to what we were previously saying. We changed the methodology and how we're funding positions. So we 100% funded everything. So you're seeing the gross value of all exempt positions being staffed up for that $60.8 million. And then we are putting in the contingency lines where we think that they are not going to fill them, or there could be lag time in filling them.
So of every four count of people in the office here, one is management.
Not necessarily management, exempt. So there's exempt leaders, and then there's exempt staff that are non-leaders. So, for example, human resources, everybody in human resources, because of confidentiality, is exempt. Senior administration assistants, senior admin assistants, they are exempt.
Exempt, okay.
And then when you get into areas where there's a lot of confidentiality, like our lawyers, they are exempt.
Okay.
So it's not strictly our leadership.
Okay. I would still like to have, just for our knowledge, the percentage of exempt staff in RMWB, if that would be possible. CEO.
I do believe we have that information. I just don't have it in front of me right now. We can relay that to you later.
Okay. Start. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me the opportunity. First of all, good morning, good day to everybody here. Madam, I appreciate the efforts which you are doing overnight. There are about 3 papers on my table. I don't know when do you work, day and night. Bless you. My question is that in cube, the rise is 103 to 117 million. What is cube, number one, and why so rise?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the 117 million for QP regular wages, that is one particular line item associated with QP staff. and the increase is a combination of the change in our funding methodology to gross every budget up to 100%, plus there was a 9% wage increase over 4 years, which is now being factored into the budget.
What is LAPP expense and why 3 million rise in it?
That is the pension plan that we, as public service employees, are involved with.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Dover. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. Just maybe some clarity. I'm curious about how we classify the firefighters, IAFF. Are they all considered exempt? Or are they outside of these numbers that you're just talking about?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, in the proposed budget document, you have the third line item all the way down where you see FF. That is the firefighter wages and the various different types of allowances that they have.
Right. No, I just mean by the percentages. Because you said, what, about 25% is exempt. Would they be considered the exempt group, or are they considered,
No.
are they in two pieces?
No, the majority are union, and I do have a table that breaks down and actually shows for Chief Butts' area. He has very few exempt staff. Even the battalion chiefs are part of the union.
Right. So, but they're not included in the QP numbers, are they?
The QP numbers?
Well,
No.
we're saying like QP has 75%, exempt is 25. They're not included in the 1,500 head count?
I'm not sure. I will have to double check that with HR.
Okay. It's a big number, so it makes a difference.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Ball. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. I was just curious on your exempt salary regular, there's an increase, 15% change over. Is this normal for each year, 15% increase, or is that because of the QP situation?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, it is not normal. There has not been an increase in the exempt salary wages for 4 years. So with the QP ratification of the contract, yes, there was an increase for exempt, but the reason for the 15% is because of that change in the funding methodology. So the 60.8 million that you're seeing is 100% of all exempt salaries, which includes a 9% increase. And then, as we mentioned, there's an offset in that contingency line to reduce the budget, which you will see as we go through, and you would have seen yesterday, but maybe didn't have context, each of the operating budgets, you'll see that adjustment.
Okay, so this is not normal?
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Let's see. Any.
Okay. There are 2 other attachments that I provided. And based on some of the questions yesterday, we thought it would be good to provide a few examples that break down the cost types within a business unit. So since communications and engagement caused lots of discussion yesterday, we thought we would provide you with that example. You will see at the top left-hand corner under the department branch name Communications and Engagement, you can see that in 2024 we have budgeted for 39 FTEs. In 2023, they had 40, so there was a reduction of 1 FTE. You can see the temp and casual breakdown, which we discussed yesterday. And then for each line item in the table below, you can see the increases in the salary. The biggest item here being the QP regular wages that went up by $795,681, representing a 26% increase. Again, this has a lot to do with the change in funding methodology, where historically a casual employee would have been funded at 1/4 of an FTE. We've shifted to funding them at 50% of an FTE due to the ongoing increased usage of casuals to give a better sense of where they're going to be spending their funds. And then the second handout is a similar exercise, but this is an area that had some shifting of FTEs and reductions, so we just wanted to provide you with the 2 examples for context. And that concludes my opening statements. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Laura. Do we have any questions on those two sheets, Council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Laura. Thanks,
Thank
Susan.
you.
Well, I think it's there. It's there. I think so. That breaks down what everything breaks down to all. You get a raise, everything goes up.
Yeah,
You don't have the message.
it's not just 9%, it's all the other stuff.
Yeah. Thank you, CLO Brown. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. My name is Jade Brown, Chief Legislative Officer, and I'm here today to provide you with an overview of the 2024 proposed budget for the executive offices. The executive offices is a roll-up of budgets for Office of the Mayor, Council, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, and Legislative Services. The 2024 combined ask is $5,259,606, which is an increase of $350,116 from 2023. This slide reflects the actual spend for the combined offices up to the end of the third quarter. Approximately 73% of the total 2023 budget was spent as of September 30th. In reference, approximately 93% of the budget has been spent as of November 30th, and it is anticipated that the majority of the budget will be spent by year's end. Council for the municipality is comprised of a mayor elected at large and 10 councillors elected from 4 wards. As set out in legislation, in conducting business, council must consider the welfare and interests of the municipality as a whole, participate in developing and evaluating policies and programs, as well as participate in council and committee meetings. This slide breaks down the change in council's budget from 2023 to 2024. Of note, an overall decrease of $16,557. A transfer from reserves of $26,380 is attributed to training funding that was not used in prior years that is being dispersed for training in 2024. An increase of $25,150 in the area of contracted and general services is primarily due to the reallocation of funds from promotional materials to public relations for each individual councillor. In prior years, there was an allocation split between both cost centers and based on actual spends, and in consultation with council, in 2024, $4,000 has been budgeted for each elected official for public relations spends, with $1,000 budgeted for promotional items. This reallocation of funds can be seen in a reduction in materials, goods, and supplies, along with reductions in stationery and office supplies in an effort to budget based on actual spends. Office of the CAO is responsible for the overall delivery of the strategic priorities in the 2023 to 2025 strategic plan and is ultimately responsible for the overall administration of the municipality. This slide represents the ask for 2024, which is an overall increase of $175,392 from the 2023 budget. There is an increase of $243,746 in salaries, wages, and benefits due to organizational salary adjustments and the addition of a temporary senior administrative assistant position added to this cost center in 2024. We are seeing a decrease of $21,064 in contracted and general services, primarily due to the removal and reduction in the areas of conference registration, membership and registration fees, as well as reductions in business travel and public relations. Legislative Services is a service-level department that consists of legislative services and corporate records. The Legislative Services branch consists of 9 full-time positions and is responsible for administering the legislative functions set out in the Municipal Government Act and the Local Authorities Election Act. In addition to managing all aspects of council meetings, the team, led by Sonia Suter, also provides administrative support to council members, clerking support for council's appointed advisory committees, as well as manages and oversees and is the designated clerks for 2 legislated tribunals, the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board and the Assessment Review Board. The corporate records team, led by Lisa Pottle, consists of 4 full-time positions and provides support throughout the municipality by providing records management advice and supporting the management of record life cycling. The 2024 proposed operating budget is an increase of $191,281 from 2023. In expenses, the largest change is an increase of $222,116 in salaries, wages, and benefits, which is attributed to the organizational salary and benefit adjustments. A decrease in contracted and general services of $27,885 is primarily due to reductions in business travel, beneficial training, and conference registration in an effort to meet cost-saving initiatives. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam. You have been very nice and extra nice to me in training me in last 2 years, giving your own time to me. And what all positive I contribute here, and that is because of you, I acknowledge it. But you have reduced the budget. Probably you cut down more claims that we send it to you, and you have turned down 2 in the past. So I remember those. So why have you reduced your budget? What is the special consideration?
So through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I think you're asking about 2 separate areas. Through the chair, with respect to expense claims from council members, those are evaluated and reviewed in accordance with council's approved policy. So if there were 2 claims that did not meet the provisions of the policy, then that's why those would have been sent back for review from the individual council member. With respect to the Legislative Services Department and our budget allocations and reductions, we've looked at cost-saving initiatives, understanding going into 2024, we are looking to save where we can. And we did look at our actual spends to date and what we could do and what we couldn't do, and that's where we've seen those cost savings.
Thank you very much. This is all professionalism. Irrespective of my personal claims, I appreciate your being very professional and going according to the policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar.
Do you have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Jade. Do we have any council would like to make a motion? Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, back to present Financial Services Operating Budget.
Good morning. My name is Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. Here with me is the senior management team for the department. Tony Elliott to my left is the Senior Manager of Financial Services. Further on my left is Anne-Marie Hintz, Senior Manager of IT. And Kevan Navidi is on my right, is the Senior Manager of Assessment and Taxation. Financial Services is comprised of 3 branches and 6 sub-branches in the CFO's office. Overall, the proposed budget for Financial Services Department has increased by $87,124, which is based on a projected increase in revenue of $249,960 and an expense increase of $337,084. The total 2023 budget for financial services is $41.28 million to the end of September. We have spent $28.49 million, which is 69% of our annual budget, and we are on track to fully expend our 2023 budget. Revenue is expected to be on target to the end of the year. There were annual savings in salaries, wages, and benefits, which have absorbed the increase in retroactive pay for wages. We may have minor salary pressures at the year end. However, we have overall savings to manage the expenditures. Under contract and general services, we've experienced some delays in planned contract activity within IT infrastructure and applications. Contracts are in place and the funds will be carried forward to 2024 to address these commitments, which is approximately $854,000. Materials, goods, and supplies is reflective of timing for the purchases of computers, hardware life cycling. However, the funds are committed and will be spent by the end of the year. Provisions for allowance is related to bad debt, and we will be under budget in this category. The senior managers will now present their branch budgets, beginning with Tony Elliott.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Tony Elliott, and I'm the Senior Manager for the Financial Services branches. I will outline each branch function and budget in the following slides. Financial Planning Branch is managed by Susan McIsaac and has 24 FTEs. This branch has two primary functions. Budgeting includes preparation of the proposed operating and capital budgets you are seeing this week, and the monitoring of the budget throughout the year, along with the municipal reserve management. Financial reporting prepares the monthly and quarterly reports for senior leadership and council, as well as the audited financial statements in collaboration with the external auditors. The proposed budget for Financial Planning Branch is $3,211,819, an overall reduction of $435,183. Salaries, wages, and benefits have been reduced by just over $438,000, reflecting a transfer of 2 employees to the newly created Investment and Cash Operations Branch. Contracted and general services has been increased to account for staff training, and materials, goods, and utilities has been reduced, with those costs now centralized in the Office of the CFO's cost centers. The Investments and Cash Operations Branch was formed in June 2023 and is managed by Ashley Ryan. There are 4 FTEs in this branch, plus 2 temporary staff who work on the Municipal Disaster Recovery Program claims. This branch oversees the municipal cash investment portfolio, manages the banking relationships, and ensures sufficient cash flow for all municipal activities. This team also ensures compliance with grants received from our federal and provincial partners and is working towards Council's strategic plan action of ensuring government grants are fully utilized. This is a new branch which included 1 employee transfer in 2023 with proposed expenses of $847,415. The remainder of the salary, wages, and benefits increase in 2024 reflects the transfer of the remaining FTEs in 2024. There were no FTE additions to the department to support this work. Rather, employees were transferred from other branches. The $4,890 contracted and general services budget includes conference registration and memberships to ensure that the work is in alignment with best practices in the province. This last branch I'm presenting is Accounting Services. This team is managed by Yemi Zina and has 40 employees. Billing Services holds the municipality's accounts receivable function, including collections and cashier services. It also oversees the utility billing of over 20,000 active accounts. Accounts Payable is responsible for processing all goods and services invoices for the municipality, which is approximately 25,000 invoices each year. This team also receives and responds to about 7,000 pulse inquiries each year. Other corporate functions in this working unit includes mailing services, accounting system master data, and the corporate credit card program. The warehouse inventory team oversees an inventory of over 6,000 items, ranging from medical supplies for regional emergency services to specific components for underground services. They also manage the parts inventory for the repair and maintenance of fleet and transit vehicles. The Accounting Services branch has a proposed net budget of $5,296,545. Overall, this is an increase of $27,815 in 2024. Revenue from sales and user fees is made up of administration fees for change of ownership on utilities, and we are projecting a decrease of $14,400 due to a reduction in the number of homes sold or newly constructed. Penalties and costs on taxes has increased by $33,600 based on trends due to delays in the payment of bills. Salaries, wages, and benefits is from salary adjustments projected in 2024, an increase of $231,359. There have been no FTE increases in this area for this year. The increase to contract and general services is primarily related to the elimination of manually intensive print jobs now being sourced externally. Purchases from other governments include lien searches, which are expected to increase primarily for the rural water and sewer service connections, which we anticipate to continue within 2024. Material, goods, and supplies utilities shows a decrease of over $99,000 this year, mainly due to the reduction in a projected inventory loss gain adjustments. Similarly, projection for allowances is being reduced due to agreements in place with large debtors. And finally, the proposed bank charges and short-term interest has decreased as workflows and procedures become more efficient. And now I'll turn it over to Kayvon to present the assessment and taxation budget.
Assessment and Taxation Branch is responsible for conducting property assessment and taxation in accordance with the guidelines outlined in the Municipal Government Act. The aim is to ensure that all taxpayers are treated fairly and equitably. The Assessment and Taxation Branch has a team of 15 full-time employees. Annually, the assessment team sends out approximately 35,000 assessment notices and 5,000 letters of request for information, while handling over 1,000 inquiries. Similarly, the taxation team sends out about 35,000 tax notices and promptly responds to 15,000 to 17,000 inquiries. The municipality's assessment base is $60 billion, making it the third largest assessment base in Alberta, after Calgary and Edmonton. The branch constantly seeks ways to enhance its processes and services to offer taxpayers the most exceptional service possible. For 2024, the revenue projection increase for $8,560 is based on an increase in user fees. Decrease in salaries, wages, and benefits is due to elimination of one full-time employee. And overall expenses have been reduced by $35,460. The contracted and general services has increased due to outsourcing printing jobs in 2024. Next, I invite Anne-Marie, the Senior Manager of IT Branch, to present IT's 2024 proposed operating budgets. Thank you.
Good morning. As Kayvon had mentioned, my name is Anne-Marie Hintz, and I'm the Senior Manager for the Information Technology Branch. The mandate of the IT branch is to provide internal IT support services. We are responsible for all IT hardware, software, physical communications, information availability, and that security of that information. An additional critical function of our branch is to establish and progress our cybersecurity roadmap to protect the organization against potential cybersecurity threats. A key part of this protection is ensuring we have the necessary tools and technology in place to block and manage spam emails and potential threats each year. For context, in 2022, the RMWB received 45.5 million email messages. Of those, 43.3 million were identified and blocked as spam and potential threats. The IT branch has two distinct work units, application services and infrastructure services. The application services team, led by manager Carolyn Adams, consists of 29 FTEs. They are responsible for the required support on the implementation and sustainment of business application software. GIS mapping and support services are also part of this work unit. This group maintains over 100 business applications used throughout the organization to streamline business processes and increase end-user efficiency. The infrastructure services team, led by manager Carrie Vifancy, consists of 26 FTEs, responsible for managing all the back-end IT infrastructure, such as networks, data centers, servers, printers, plotters, email communication, and telephony. This includes a network of over 8,500 assets and 1,700 accounts that need to be safely and securely managed. Desktop support services and help desk services are also primarily provided through this work unit, and they triage over 18,000 service requests annually. An overall look at the 2023 to 2024 proposed budget includes a 2023 budget of $21,903,260, and for 2024, a total budget ask of $21,154,825, an overall reduction of $748,435. Salaries, wages, and benefits have increased by $423,000, and this is due to increases related to collective agreement and the filling of 2 vacancies. There's no increase in FTEs for IT. There's a decrease of $999,115 in contracted and general services. A portion of this decrease is due to a year-over-year reduction in asks for business-specific computer software. And there's a significant decrease of over $600,000 in contracted services as the dependency on external resources have decreased as internal knowledge have increased on specific business applications. There's also a reduction of $170,488 in materials, goods, and supplies, and this decrease is due to an adjustment in our hardware life cycling of some of our devices, such as plotters. This concludes my portion of the presentation, and I'll hand it back to Lori.
There are 2 units within Financial Services Administration. Risk and Compliance is managed by Alicia Hubert, who oversees 4 FTEs within 2 teams. Insurance Services obtains insurance products to adequately protect over $2.7 billion in insurable municipal assets. The team acts as a liaison between the municipality and the insurance provider. The main objective is to ensure all municipal assets are adequately insured and to process claims. This includes regular monitoring and review of contracts to identify insurance requirements. The internal audit function is an independent and objective audit, which is a risk-based approach that adds assurance to the operations of the municipality by bringing a systematic and disciplined approach to evaluate and improve the effectiveness of the organization's governance, risk management, and internal controls. This particular unit did get 1 approved new FTE in 2023 for that internal auditor. The increases to salaries is related to the new auditor position that was approved in 2023, as well as compensation increases. The increase to contracted and general services is related to insurance premium increases, primarily related to valuation to rmwb assets. The CFO office oversees finance, risk, compliance, and IT functions for the municipality, as presented by my senior management team. Overall, there is an increase of $10,771 to the Financial Services Administration budget. This is primarily due to an increase. Oh, no, that is not correct. It is primarily due to an increase in, sorry, my notes are old. We have an increase, a total increase of $10,771. We have $5,000 from transfers to reserve. This is based on the COVID training allowance that we had. And then we have a minor increase in salaries for the staffing adjustment, the compensation adjustment. We have a reduction of $38,150 to contract and general services, and a minor increase in materials, goods, and supplies. Thank you. This concludes our presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Lori. Councilor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Lori. It's very good presentation, like always. I really appreciate the services of your staff. I have met them one time in the office and really convinced for their competency and cooperation. My question is, as the Director IT, Senior Manager IT, cyber security, how do you prevent it? So your office is there on the river? Your office is there with the environment?
Yeah, through the chair, yes. Our offices are located at the admin
I
building of
visited
the
your
water
office
treatment.
and
Yeah.
your staff was very helpful to me in explaining few things which I wanted to know. But now my question is clear to you. Cyber security, how do you prevent it? Which service, how do you plan your service for regional municipality of Wood Buffalo?
Through the chair, there are many ways that we protect the organization against those potential threats. As I had mentioned, there's a lot of tools and technologies behind the scene that block those spam emails, those threats. We also implemented a two-factor authentication. We also have a whole awareness and education because, again, we can protect on the technical side of things, but we need to make sure that everyone who's using the technology are aware of how to recognize those phishing attempts. We do annual phishing campaigns, so we send out a potential phish to all employees. So there's many, many different tools behind the scenes that we use.
Okay, I'll discuss something more because I want to know. I hope you will give me some time in your office.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council related to the budget? Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. For accounting services, I'm looking at the bank charges and short-term interest. It reduced by 36,000. But still on the high side. I just wanted some clarification because for assessment and taxation, for instance, the bank charges is 3,600, but for accounting services is 203,000, and yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, most of the cash services do consolidate here within this branch. The cashiers, all of the banking that happens for those frontline staff, do all the Moneris charges, do consolidate through here. I will disclose, I've been in the branch for about 8 weeks, so I'm not sure why it's trending down, and so I'll maybe the CFO has. I'm not sure what's in there.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, the bank charges and short-term interest are related to the various bank accounts that we hold, and just a reduction in what those charges would be. So wherever we have a site that takes cash, they have machines. There's probably more movement. We're trying to encourage people more onto EFT and paying things online. So the less activity we have at those transaction stations, the less the fees would be. I'd actually have to work with the manager to confirm exactly what the decrease is related to.
Thank you. That's for the decrease. I'm talking about the charges itself. What is that? And who do this is paid to the banks? Or?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. So when you have any type of a terminal that has when you go to a store and you make a purchase and you charge it to your Visa or your bank account, there's a charge related to that. So when we have people come into the cashiers to pay for their taxes, any kind of a penalty, they may have received a fee of some sort, a ticket. If people are going to the landfill and they're paying there, every time somebody taps a card, there's a charge related to that, right?
And we pay that, the charge?
Yes, we pay a charge for every terminal that has a card that taps to it. We also have banking charges for our bank accounts.
Okay.
So it would be thousands of transactions at, maybe, I don't know the exact dollar value, it might be 15 cents a transaction.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And then for financial planning, I see during your presentation, there was a mention that 2 staff were transferred to the investment unit or so. And so that resulted in a 438,000 decrease. So I'm assuming that the 2 individuals, their pay is 438. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, no, that reduction would be the 2 FTEs that were transferred over to the investment and cash operations branch, in addition to that, the calculation of the various positions. So, that would be a good portion of it, but they are both QP staff, so it wouldn't be the full 400,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Bajoko. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And my question is to Anne Marie. Anne Marie, how many staff are in the IT department? Is it 29?
Through the chair, 57.
57. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you. Do we have any motions anyone would like to make? Next, I'd like to invite Dennis Warr to present the engineering operating budget, please.
Good morning, Mayor Bowman, members of council. For the record, my name is Dennis Warr. Joining me this morning is Nasser Qureshi. Today we're here to present the 2024 proposed operating budget for engineering.
Thank you, Dennis. Good morning, everyone. This slide shows our programs and services at a glance. At its core, engineering department delivers capital and operating projects and programs. We provide technical support such as reviewing and approving engineering development plans to ensure that the design meets the required engineering standards. We perform feasibility studies on various infrastructure needs, fire halls, transportation, civil structures, roads, and trails. Engineering also maintains the engineering services standards and construction specifications, which are required guidelines for consultants, contractors, and developments. We maintain professional practice management plan and permit to practice. This slide shows the request for our 2024 proposed budget of $7,018,480, which represents a net decrease of $121,235 from 2023. This reduction is mainly seen in our contractor and general services. Under revenue, it shows a projected revenue of $11,850, which consists of $10,000 on licenses and permits and $1,850 from transfers from reserves, which are the remaining training funds. Under expenses category, so there is an increase of $227,775, which shows the salaries, wages, and benefits category as a result of combination of 2 construction inspector positions and annual increase in salaries and wages. There is also a decrease of $373,490 from 2023, which is shown in contract and general services category. The proposed sum of $526,010 includes the $300,000 for emerging issues and the master plans updates, the river monitoring $76,000, and vehicle rental as well $76,000. On this slide, so there is a revenue of $12,185, and it shows $4.9 million in Q3 as an expenses. However, up to November, we have spent nearly $6.3 million. With this, we conclude our presentation and will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I was eating something. Thank you very much. It's a nice presentation. Dennis, nice meeting you with little intervals also. Wish you best of health and your family also. It was nice to hear your staff, Nasser Qureshi, over a period of time. But my question is that Nasser Qureshi, you presented it. The general services, you will reduce it. So can you specify something about the general services?
Sorry, through the chair to Councilor Dogar. Under contracted and general services, we are showing a reduction of $373,490. So basically, last year we requested for $600,000 for our ESS engineering services standards update. So this year we are not requesting. So we are still working on that. It's almost 2/3 that it is complete. Next year we will be carrying over a bit of funds, $144,000 to complete that. Thank you. That's the reduction.
My second question is, there is quite a change in the departments, and so as your department. You must have, for the next year, made up little liaison or coordination with finance. Probably, lot of shuffling. You might be having some difficulty in the next man. So how do you foresee this? Would this, your department of yours, how much would the next man or you would match to or fight these problems?
Through the chair to Councilor Dogar, I would defer this question to Dennis War. Yeah,
thank you. Through the chair to Councilor Dogar, we will be going through some changes within the organization, which has been laid out, and we'll adjust accordingly as we solidify our organizational structure, and those numbers will change accordingly as we move forward.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions from council? Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation, Dennis and Asar. Thank you for all the good works. I see under engineering, the salaries and wages in 2023, the budgeted amount was 6.2. Actual is 4.4. No, yeah. Actual is 6, yeah. So what is your, okay, there's no plan for 2024 for this department going forward, or because of the reorganization, or what?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko.
Yes.
We will maintain pretty much what we have, but through the reorganization, there will be different allocations of staff, and that will work out, of course, as we move forward with the organization change.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks again for the presentation and everything you did. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. CEO?
Through the chair to Councillor Manjogo and Councillor Doga, this department is being changed as part of the reorganisation, and as Dennis pointed out, the primary function of the department has been the delivery of capital projects, and the delivery of capital projects will now be done through a project management office, and that's being set up. And the other areas that the engineering department is involved in primarily relates to building permits and inspections, and that function is going over to planning and development, so that when we can have one point of contact for someone coming in to do development in the community, so that they get their development permit all the way through to the inspections done from one area, so we have one point of responsibility that we can control better. And that's the changes that are coming forward, and our intention is that this will all be done within the budget that we have already set, that we're trying to set out today. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Do we have any questions from council? Not seeing any. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you. Do we have any motions anyone would like to make? Not seeing any. Moving on to Antoine Remp to present on environmental services operating budget.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Antoine Ramp. I am the Director of Environmental Services. I'm here today with Justin Canning to my right and Elliot White to my left. Justin is the Senior Manager for the Water, Wastewater, and Maintenance Branch. Elliot is the Senior Manager for Underground Services. We are here to present the proposed 2024 operating budget for Environmental Services. The Environmental Services Department has 314 positions across 6 branches: solid waste, underground services, wastewater treatment, water treatment, maintenance for water and wastewater, and administration. The proposed overall Environmental Services budget for 2024 is $13,788,385. If we look at the budget in more details, we can see that both revenues and expenses are expected to increase in 2024. These numbers will be explained further as we review each branch. The total actual spend to the end of September 2023 is $43,947,923, which represents approximately 65% of the total 2023 budget. We have a remaining budget of $23,871,807 to be used in the final quarter of 2023. Let us start with solid waste branch operating budget. This branch has 112 positions and is managed by Robert Eisen. The solid waste branch recovers, reuses, and recycles nearly 100,000 tons of material per year, while approximately 78,000 tons of waste are landfilled annually. We operate and maintain the primary regional landfill in Fort McMurray, in addition to 2 transfer stations and 6 recycling depots. Our fleet of 21 collection vehicles services over 55,000 garbage and recycle bins at the curb. This slide shows the solid waste operating budget for 2024. Revenues are expected to increase by $1,039,120 due to the increase in our user fees, rates, and charges by law. Expenses are expected to increase by $3,982,507. The majority of that increase comes from salaries, wages, and benefits. This $2,854,643 increase is due to organizational pay rate adjustments for QP and exempt staff, as well as provision for temporary positions that were not previously accounted for in the last budget cycle. The increase for contracted and general services is largely due to concrete crushing and an increase in transfer station maintenance fees. The increase in materials, goods, supplies, and utilities is largely caused by the planned replacement of just under 1,500 new bear bins that will be dispatched throughout the communities in areas with high bear activity. The proposed 2024 operating budget for the solid waste branch is $4,743,132, which is an increase of $2,943,387 compared to 2023. I will not let Elliot cover the underground services budget.
Thank you, Antoine. Hello, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Elliot White, and I will be presenting the operation budget for underground services. This branch has 53 employees with currently Steve Polam as the acting manager. Underground services, we distribute water and collect wastewater across the entire region from Conklin to Fort Chipewyan. We operate and maintain over 1,000 kilometers of pipes and thousands of valves, manholes, catch basins, and fire hydrants. As part of the rural water servicing program, our asset count will increase by approximately 15%. Thus far, we have added GLE, Anzac, and Janvier undergrounds to our portfolio, along with a portion of Conklin. And we still have some work to do in Conklin for RWSS to complete that work. Underground services plans to generate a total of $34,066,370 in revenue next year. This is a forecasted revenue increase of $5,377,835. This is primarily due to water and sewer revenues that were both under budgeted in 2023, and the 2024 projection takes into consideration that fees increased last year in 2023, along with the newer increase that was approved earlier this fall. On the expenses side, our overall expenses total $14,957,348. This is an increase of $2,760,264. Our year-over-year operations expense forecast has decreased. However, this year, there will be a $3.5 million underground seasonal flood mitigation expense, which has been transferred to the underground services budget. The change in salaries, wages, and benefits of $403,674 is due to an overall increase in salaries, wages, and benefits due to the recent changes in collective bargaining agreement and exempt salaries. As previously mentioned, we are forecasting an increase in contracted and general services of $1,880,594, which is contributed to the transfer of the seasonal underground flood mitigation to underground services. We are forecasting a decrease in our materials, goods, supplies, and utilities of $3,046,004, as we have utilized some of our unspent 2023 budget to restock our materials and supplies for the upcoming season. There's a total of $822,000 increase in transfers to reserves for operations, which relates to the connection fees collected from residents as part of the RWS implementation. The proposed 2024 operating budget for underground services stands at a net positive of $19,109,022, which is an increase of $2,617,571. Justin Canning will now present the budgets for his areas.
Thank you, Elliot. For the record, my name is Justin Canning. I am the Senior Manager of Water, Wastewater, and Maintenance for those two branches, and I will be presenting those budgets. So let us begin with the Wastewater Treatment Branch, which has 38 FTEs and is managed by Jaspreet Singh. This branch provides wastewater services for the entire region, operating the primary wastewater treatment plant here in Fort McMurray, which includes facilities for composting, septage, and hydrovac waste receiving. Our operations encompass 31 urban, rural lift stations, and 1 sanitary surge tank, 6 wastewater lagoons, and 1 low-pressure sewer servicing system for RWSS. The proposed revenue for 2024 is $4,189,393, which is an increase of $927,592 compared to 2023. This is due to the anticipated increase in utilization of our wastewater infrastructure by industry. The increase in sales and user charges of $635,200 is due to the approved charges in our user fees, rates, and charges bylaw. The increase in sales to other governments of $155,592 is a result of increased reimbursement in 2024 from Indigenous Services Canada for the work undertaken in rural communities. The increase in the other revenue of $135,000 is due to QP recoverable wage reimbursement. Expenses in 2024 are $9,348,107, which is a decrease of $1,434,377 compared to that of 2023. The biggest change for 2024 is a decrease of $2,088,132 in contracted general services, mainly due to work that was completed in 2023 or marked as carry forwards in 2024. The increase of $874,500 in salaries, wages, and benefits are due to the organizational wage adjustments for QP and exempt, along with increased utility treatment pay for achieved higher levels of certification and the filling of 2 vacant positions. The decrease in materials, goods, supplies, and utilities of $220,745 is a result of purchases made in 2023 for protective equipment, chemicals, and laboratory supplies. Overall, the proposed operating budget for wastewater treatment in 2024 is $5,158,714. The next branch on the list is water treatment, which services urban and rural. It has a total of 58 employees and is managed by John Michalopoulos. Similar to that of the wastewater treatment branch, the water treatment branch offers services from Conklin to Fort Chipewyan. We operate 1 regional water treatment plant here in Fort McMurray and 4 additional rural water treatment plants in Conklin, Jonvier, Fort McKay, and Fort Chipewyan. We also operate 10 drinking water reservoirs, 11 potable water pump houses, 3 booster stations, and 6 bulk water truck fills. Revenues are forecasted to increase by $487,606. The increase of $70,000 in sales and user charges are attributed to the increased utilization of our bulk water stations as projected in 2023, or seen in 2023. The increase in sales in other governments of $171,034 is based on the percentage of reimbursement, again, through ISC for work in the rural communities. The increase in other revenue of $75,000 is due to the QP recoverable wage reimbursements. Expenses in 2024 are $12,337,520, which is a decrease of $1,381,284 compared to 2023. The increase of $1,094,243 in salaries, wages, and benefits are due to the organizational wage adjustments for QP and exempt, the increased utility treatment pay for achieved higher levels of certification, the filling of 2 vacant FTEs, as well as 1 temporary employee to backfill for long-term disability. The decrease of $1,781,030 in contracted general services is due to projects that were completed in 2023 and other funds that were carried forward into 2024 for work not completed. The decrease of $694,496 in materials, goods, supplies, and utilities are due to plant process improvements requiring less chemicals in 2024. The proposed 2024 operating budget for the water treatment branch is $9,239,051. The last branch I'll cover is maintenance, which is managed by Andy Morrison with a total of 48 employees, and they service all water and wastewater infrastructure across the region. Our maintenance team completes 10,500 work orders a year across the region, and the branch, as I said, maintains all water and wastewater infrastructure, excluding the underground services or the deep utilities. Revenues are forecasted to decrease by $137,249 due to adjusted resource allocation for maintenance personnel and in the rural communities. Expenses in 2024 is $13,661,889, which is a decrease of $2,305,354 compared to that of 2023. The increase of $659,403 in salaries, wages, and benefits are due to organizational wage adjustments for keeping exempt, along with filling a vacant employee position, as well as 2 temporaries to backfill for long-term disability as well. The decrease of $1,684,836 in contracted general services is due to work completed in 2023 as single-year projects and funding carried forward into 2024. The decrease of $1,279,921 in materials, goods, supplies, and utilities is due to spare inventory purchased in 2023. Therefore, the same funding is not required in 2024. The proposed 2024 operating budget for the maintenance branch is $12,543,006. This concludes my portion of the presentation. I'll hand things back to Antoine.
Thank you. I will now present the budget for our administration branch. This branch consists of 5 staff members whose primary role is to oversee day-to-day operations. The main responsibility is to manage operation and provide strategic planning while optimizing the programs and services offered by all environmental services branch. The administration branch primarily focuses on administrative tasks and typically doesn't generate any revenue. The proposed expenses for 2024 are $1,214,053, which is an increase of $158,407 compared to 2023. This increase is due to an increase in salary, wages, and benefits of $114,467, which is due to the wage increase approved in 2023, and an increase in general contracted services of $47,740, which is due to a combination of conferences and trainings that were not budgeted in 2023. The 2024 suggested operating budget for the administration branch is $1,213,503. Thank you. This concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Antoine. Councilor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir, for the very nice presentation. I must see you have very competent team with you. Occasionally, I have heard them or discussed or met with them. My first question is, may not be very, we can't discuss all the facts and figures. They are quite fluctuating. And this will take a lot of time to discuss why this figure has gone up or why this figure is down. Maybe due to the price hike or inflation or some reorganization. Little questions that one of my ex-mayors, highly respectable, she was late for some event and she said, I have to wash my car because of environments. Very little point that is clicking me every time. Environments, dirty cars, socially, yes, everybody wants to see good car, wash car. But is there any scientific reason for it? Like emission of rays or some carbon dioxide, is there any scientific reason for it, or it is a social? Of course, every car or every dignitary should be on a very clean car.
Through the chair to Councillor Doga, I think I understood the question. You're asking if it's socially, or if there's an impact to the environment for washing your car. Is this what you're asking?
Yes. Does it affect the environment? Socially, I know it affects it. Scientifically, does it do or not? Maybe a dirty car emits some rays.
Sorry, Councilor Dogar, that's not related to the budget at all.
I agree, all these things, if we can educate ourselves.
It might be a
nothing
good
like
education point, but I don't think today we're dealing with our budget. We have quite a
We are
quite a large budget to
sir,
deal with.
we are skipping so many things of the budget. They cannot be discussed in 3 days.
don't-
Anyhow,
yes.
I skip this question.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the other question is again something. Whenever the garbage collection people come, I try to get out and acknowledge their extraordinary work, which nobody else does it. I do not have certificates or gifts to give them. I try to give them
Again, sorry,
something.
Councilor Dover, that's not related to the budget either.
You know, that speaks the efficiency of the man. I try to give them coffee money or something else, but they refuse. They say, no, we will not be taking. No, that
thank you.
increases the efficiency
Councilor
of the
Stroud,
man.
that point of order
Okay, I
is
skip over
upheld.
this.
Thank you. Councilor Boussier?
I skip over this question also. And you close my mic. Okay.
Go ahead, Councilor Boussier.
You are the boss.
Thanks, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Antoine. Antoine, just kudos to you and your team. You guys do a great job. Just a quick question regarding recycling. We have 3 bins. How many of them actually go to the landfill and how many actually get recycled? Just, I guess my question is there opportunities for some cost savings? I mean, I get the recycling is a great idea and everything, but I'm hearing that not necessarily the blue cans go to the recycling and the light blue go to recycling. Some of them all go to the landfill.
Am I on? Thank you, through the chair to Councillor Boussier. It's a great question. So we do have 3 bins. The black one is pretty obvious. That one goes to the landfill. The light blue is paper and cardboard, and the dark blue is metal and tin cans and plastic. Now, we do have, for the light blue bin, that's the one that has been a little bit more challenging for us, because when the cardboard and the paper is being collected, then it's being brought by trucks to our material recycling facility, and then we have a baler. So the baler is the piece of equipment that is going to take that cardboard and that paper and compact it so we can then put it on trucks and ship it south, where the market is for disposal of it. We have been having challenges with our baler, so it's been on and off, where the baler was breaking down. It's a pretty big piece of equipment. So when the baler is not working, we do not have capacity to store the cardboard and the paper on site. So that would mean that this material would then end up being landfilled instead of being recycled. As far as the dark blue bin, other than the materials that doesn't belong in the bin, which end up being landfilled, everything, plastic, tin cans, all of these materials are being recycled. So I'm not sure if that answers your question.
No, it does. Is there any cost savings just going to 2 bins?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier. So we are in the process of completing a master plan for the solid waste operation, and that master plan is looking at what's coming into those bins, what stream we should consider. Like, there are some consideration for organic stream, because 70% of our black garbage is organics. As far as the light blue and the dark blue, at this point, we're not considering combining those two, because what we've experienced is a lot more contamination. If we have the paper and the cardboard and we mix it with like plastic jugs and milk jugs, and then we end up contaminating the paper and the cardboard, and then you can't do nothing with it. So at this point, we're not looking into separating the light blue and the dark blue. We are in the process of, through that master plan, to understand if there are efficiencies that can be gained. So we're in the process of getting better answers.
Okay, just one last question. Do you know of any other communities, I'm sure there are, that have 3 bins?
Through the chair to, yes, I think there has to be other communities that have multiple bins. Some communities don't have the bin, but just a bag. So you put the bag at the curb, but you have, like, I know in Spruce Grove, I live there, so I know for a fact, but we have the black bin, we have the green bin, which is organics, and then the rest would be in plastic bags just at the curb. So most communities, I believe, have multiple streams. Now, how is that being collected? It depends on each community.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor McGrath?
Well, good morning, and thank you. Through the chair, would there be a line item in the in our budget sheet? I just don't see it. What was recaptured at the recycling station, like for cans and cardboard and stuff? You know, the stuff that I guess you generate revenue to.
For the chair, to Councillor McGrath, that's a great question. We don't have a separate line item for revenues that is generated by the recycling of goods and the sale of these goods. It would be included to the sales and user charges.
Right. So, but like let's say like today, as you do your dump runs, you tip off at the end of the day. Would we know like how much you recaptured through the collection of the cans and the recyclables?
For the chair, to Councillor McGrath, the answer is yes. We can get, I don't have it with me right here, but we can provide the breakdown of whatever is generated from the recycling different streams, because we do have contracts. So,
yeah, I appreciate that, sir. The final question through the chair. Now, the chemicals you saved about 650. Would that be attributed to some of the shutdowns through the plant? Because you wouldn't be going through the chemicals when the plant was shut down. I think John May was shut down twice, and we had one more. Would that be the reason the savings on the chemicals, or it's just actual less people living here with less draw in the water?
So from the chair to Councillor McGrath, thank you for the question. So the improvement on chemical utilization is a collaborative effort from our water treatment operations team, as well as the implementation of MyX treatment in Conklin. That was commissioned in 2022, and that reduced our coagulant requirements in Conklin. Not necessarily attributed to plant shutdowns or anything like that. That may have a marginal effect, but it's definitely not what recoups $600,000.
Okay, yeah. So we had a water plant shut down for 3 months. It wouldn't be putting chemical, but it's good information. I appreciate that. And I guess the final question, Antoine, is it true? Like you can actually almost make a projection on our population by the water utilization?
for the chair, to Councillor McGrath, just to make sure I understand the question, you're asking if we can estimate the water population changes based on water consumption? Is this the question?
Yeah, no. Just like, is it true that you can somehow make a rough estimate of permanent residents by our water consumption? Just a question while you're there.
For the chair, to Councillor McGrath, I am not sure how accurate that projection would be, but I'm assuming one could look at back engineering the population based on consumption. There's a lot of factors that could impact that.
I got you, sir. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thanks for the presentation. There's been a lot of concern for beer. I hope you understand, because it could be beer it could be BEAR.
Yes.
And I just want to know if there's any clear plan for 2024 to help the residents. I know Mayor shared an experiment that he did for himself. Do we have a plan? Do we have a plan as a region? Always, even personally, a bit concerned. Sometimes I go out to check the trash can and be sure so that I won't have some unwanted visitors and things like that. So is there any plan? And if there's a plan, is that covered, included in your budget for 2024, even if it's for the test run, if a cheap option, of course?
For the chair, to Councillor Benjoko, thank you for the question. We have a lot of beer, but as far as beer goes, we do have a plan. Like, we have started using new beer bins, and I know that some councillors and the mayor are using a homemade solution, which is working for them. It's not necessarily working for everybody, or not everybody wants to go and take that extra step. But the new beer bin we have a new beer bin that we've started using in the community. So we've doing a test pilot now for 2 winters, We started very small, and this summer we added a bunch more, and next year we have about 1,500 bear bins that we're going to dispatch in certain areas. So we're going to start with the green belts, the areas where we have high activities of bears.
Okay.
And the plan is to, like every year, increase the number of bins available in the community because they come at a cost. So we're starting with 1,500 for 2024, and next year the following year we're gonna keep adding more. So those new bear bins are preventing the bears from opening the lid, which they can dump the bin down, they can jump on it, and they can't open them. And the benefit of these bins compared to the homemade option is that the resident doesn't have to unlatch or add a bolt or remove the bolt, but the truck, we have automated trucks, and for it to be efficient, we need to be able to not have to come off the truck, open the lid, dump the bin. So the automated trucks can take the bins just like they take any other bin and dump them, and just by gravity, the lid would open. So it's a fancy bin, if you want, that is designed for that specific purpose. And it works. We've tested it now in Sapper Creek, so the community of Sapper Creek has it, and we have certain residents in town that have it as well, and it works. So next year we're planning on introducing 1,500.
Okay. Okay. So final on this topic is, so if a resident is concerned and or has challenges with the bears, is there any opportunity for them to opt for this option, or it has to be that they wait until it gets to the area? Say, for instance, I stay very close to the woods and I need it. Is there any opportunity? Because this question came up in one of the public engagement sessions that I attended. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, that's a great question, and we have received a lot of interest for those bins from people who live on the green belt and people who don't live on the green belt. So part of our process for next year, because we understand that if we open it up to anybody, it's going to be very hard to manage. So we're going to have a council policy that is going to come along with that program. So we're going to define in the policy which areas are going to come first, and if someone has a problem with a bear, they can always reach out to Pulse and put a complaint in, and then we can see if we might have some case-by-case basis where we can just allocate a bin here and there. But the plan is to have a logic approach by area, just because otherwise it's going to be very complicated to manage the requests.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Bajoko. Councilor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair. More on the bears. I'm suspecting there's a significant cost difference between the two types of bins.
For the chair to Councillor Ball, great comment, observation. There is definitely a difference in the cost of the bin. Now, if we we did try another bear bin in the past with a little latch that you had to remove, and what we've observed with that bin is that residents didn't like it. They ended up drilling through the mechanism, which made them obsolete, and then the bears could access them. Quite often, the bin would be locked at the curb, and then the truck driver has to come off the truck, unlock the bin, then dump the bin, or just leave it there because the lid doesn't open. You just leave it there, and then it's complaints from the residents because the garbage wasn't picked up. So there's a cost, and at the same time, because it's so automatic and convenient for the resident, it comes with some value. Now, then it comes to the question of how much should we spend for that cost benefit, and that's really comes down to a preference after that.
That's my question. What's the difference? 1 times, 2 times, 3 times?
I'd say it's probably, I could get the exact number. I know how much the new bear bin costs. I don't know how much the old one costs, so I can come back to you with that information.
Okay. I'm just curious.
I think it might be twice, but I'm not sure if it's a full double.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Ball. And for full transparency, I didn't invent my bear protection. It was Councilor Ball that invented it and actually delivered it. And if I ever forget to remove the pins and my garbage doesn't get collected, I accept that. Probably no
Correct.
complaint. It's my fault. But I do have questions. In the urban service area, our underground services maintenance impeccable. I mean, we always have fresh water. Our toilets always work. Can't ask for anything more in a home. My question is, as we move forward to expand the rural water and sewer to everywhere as far as Conklin, that's going to increase operations, of course. We only have a small amount hooked up now, but within the next few years, hopefully that'll be substantial more to use this system. So when I look at underground services and wages over the next, from this year to 2026, it only increases by about 300,000. And with maintenance between now and 2026, we have about a 700,000, not even 300,000 increase. So I'm like, is that reflective of what we're going to need to service and maintain this much larger area?
For the chair to Mayor Bowman, that's a great question. The whole RWSS program is actually costing a lot of money now because we don't have enough people connected.
Right.
So we have to continue to maintain the system, flush it, just to make sure we maintain that water quality that we want to have. So as we develop our infrastructure and as more people connect, it might not increase the cost that we're currently seeing as much because we're going to have more efficiency in our system. Now, the more people you have connected, we're still going to get more demand on the water, so it's going to have an impact. Is it going to be significant? I'm not sure. We do have an impact right now. We have staff shortages on the UGS side because we have to flush the communities constantly. So we're already being impacted by that new system right now because of the lack of connections from residents.
And with that, is there a lack of, do we have lack of staff because I mean, to send someone to Conklin right now to flush the system or send someone to Conklin when it's hooked up to maintain it, that's 2 hours. That's a full day of someone working and half that day on travel.
For the chair to Mayor Bowman, that's a great observation. And we do have challenges right now where we have to send a two-man crew south, and that two-man crew is not in town flushing hydrants. So we have experienced this summer a delay in our hydrant flushing program because, again, those resources can be at two places at once. So it is something that we're looking at to figure out how we can gain that efficiency back, but it's definitely impacting our operations.
Okay, because what I'm looking at, I'm just thinking by this, a 300,000 increase over next, and hopefully by the end of 2026, we have several more hooked up, but I see this as almost, we may need more in those areas. I mean, the first person today or the next couple of days to say I think the wages probably are low in this, but thanks for the explanation. And CAO, you have a question?
That was the same question I was going to bring up, so
okay.
I think you covered it off.
Do you have any other questions from council? Do we have anyone who wants to make a motion? If not, thank you, gentlemen. Let's take a 10-minute break and recess, and we'll come back. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue with Keith Smith presenting the operating budget for Public Works and Transportation Facilities, please.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor. For process purposes, our presentation is broken into 3 separate presentations. After each presentation, there will be time for questions. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Keith Smith, and I'm the Director of your Public Works Department. We are pleased to present our proposed 2024 operating budget. Public Works consists of 2 branches with 7 very much front-facing disciplines and provide services to our residents. The first branch being Transportation and Facilities. This branch encompasses transit, fleet, and facility services. It is led by Senior Manager Joe Trudell, the gentleman to my right. The second branch being Parks, Roads, Rural, and Fort Chipewyan. This branch is led by Senior Manager Barb Walsh. Before we delve into this very exciting budget, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all 527 Public Works team members for what they do every day. From transporting citizens to maintaining our facilities, maintaining our fleet, keeping our parks clean, our roads clear, and our rural areas beautiful. When you drive to our rural areas and our downtown, you will notice lights and decorations. This is little holiday cheer provided by this team. It looks amazing. With that being said, I will now turn it over to Joel to propose the 2024 operating budget for transportation and facilities.
Thank you, Keith. For transportation and facilities, the proposed budget is $66,647,199, which is an increase of $781,804. Increases are due primarily to salary adjustments and contracted and general services. The following slides will provide more detail. When comparing the Q3 2023 actuals to the 2024 budget, you will notice the following. Government transfers, this is the balance of the Restore Transit Grant for operating cost subsidies. Sales and user fees increased due to transit riderships generally being higher, leading to a better recovery. Sales to other government is the Indigenous Services Canada funding coming in higher than anticipated. Other revenue is cost reimbursement from QP for union business. Salaries, the differential is due to vacancies in staff, where current trending represents 73% of budget spending. Contracted in general, higher costs are due to increased utilization and pricing. Again, 73% of current spending in the budget year. Material, goods, and supplies are in line with expectations. There's a slight variance due to timing of invoices. However, we are at 68% of our budget spend. Our facilities branch is led by Manager Chris Bond and includes 43 FTEs. These dedicated people oversee the operations, maintenance, management, and continued sustainment of more than 280 municipally owned and leased properties, ranging from administrative buildings to the fire halls. Within this branch, we have professionals in facility operations, trade services, building life cycle, and asset management. This group attends to 15,000 work orders annually. The facilities proposes revenues of $579,279 and expenses of $27,737,859. The proposed budget is $27,158,580 and is an increase of $777,883. Highlights include salaries, which are increased due to salary adjustments, contracted services increased due to training, freight charges, consultant code compliance review, life cycle tasks, janitorial, and various contracted services to execute life cycling activities. Materials, goods, and supplies decreased due to realization of spending trends and utility costs and a reduction in overall supplies. Our fleet branch is an open current recruitment and encompasses 49 FTEs. Fleet's staff is responsible for fleet maintenance and management services for the RMWB's equipment, except for the regional emergency services. These skilled tradespeople maintain 900 diverse pieces of light and heavy-duty equipment and attachments, including transit, which are vital to delivering the various programs within the RMWB. They are also responsible for the administration and management of the fuel and automatic vehicle location systems. Fleet is proposing a budget of $20,129,348, which is a decrease of $500,994. Highlights on the above: revenue is increased due to cost recovery items, salaries decreased due to salary adjustments, contracted and general service has increased as contracted vehicle rentals, vehicle repair rates, and volumes are anticipated to increase in 2024. Material goods and supplies are expected to decrease through the updating of the current fleet, reducing use of commodities, while our tires are expected to increase. Our transit branch is led by Manager Mark Gassier and encompasses 133 FTEs. Transit provides safe, reliable, and affordable travel within the region through three main areas: conventional, specialized, and rural. Transit is proposing revenues of $1,514,625 and expenses of $20,873,895. The proposed budget is $19,359,270, which is an increase of $504,916. The highlights are an increase in revenue over the 2023 budget to reflect the higher than anticipated ridership levels and additional grant funding. Staffing increased as a result of staffing adjustments. Contracted services increased due to rural transportation. Materials, goods, and supplies saw a slight increase in the other construction/maintenance supply area to support continued assessment and repairs of transit shelters, as well as increase in engagement services. This concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Joel. Do we have questions from council? Not seeing any, so I'll go. Just look at the facilities. Our contracted general services almost equal to our salaries and wages. Is there a reason we have so much contracted out?
A lot of the contracted services are janitorials contracted out, so that is where a lot of those materials would have fallen into. So janitorial, security services, things of that nature. So that's the bulk of that fee, those fees.
Okay. And also when we go to fleet, our salaries and wages in fleet lowered to almost the exact amount that the contracted services went up.
The salaries, again, much like all the others, were just adjusted to reflect realizations of when we thought we could fill some of these vacancies, and that led to the decrease. The increase in contracted services is mainly through the rental programs that we saw. That's the largest portions of it. We're not expecting a material increase in use of contracted services in fleet.
Okay, thanks, Joel. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, presenters. Mr. Smith, you have always been very vibrant and very professional. I just want to acknowledge the efforts of your department and your staff. Nothing, no questions. We'll discuss it later once I, request you for some more time. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from council? Not seeing any, so thank you, Joel.
Thank you.
Next, I will pass over Barb to present her budget.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Barbara Welsh, and I am the Senior Manager of Parks, Roads, Fort Chipewyan, and Rural Operations. Today, I will be presenting the proposed 2024 budget for Council's consideration and approval. This year's request is for $57,383,518, an overall decrease from 2023 operating budget of $7,488,988. This slide provides an overview of the changes from the 2023 budget, and additional details will be provided as we present each branch budget. This slide shows our 2023 budget and actual spend to the end of September 2023. Salaries, wages, and benefits are projected to be fully spent by the end of 2023. The majority of the contracted and general service budget is on track to be spent in 2023. However, due to some contractual obligation challenges and contract pricing adjustments, there will be carry forwards to 2024. Materials, goods, supplies, and utilities are also projected to be spent by the end of 2023. Parks. Parks is led by Manager Stephen Fudge. Parks is comprised of 93 full-time employees, and they are responsible for the maintenance and care of over 12,000 hectares of parkland, the operation and maintenance of playgrounds, spray parks, skate parks, along with sports fields, They are responsible for 2,800 park amenities, which include park benches, picnic tables, and bear-proof bins. Parks maintain trails and pathways, sidewalks, and crosswalks throughout the urban service area. This branch is also responsible for the beautiful horticultural displays in our planters, hanging baskets, and in-ground planting beds that you will see throughout the municipality. The Parks Development Team is responsible for landscape design, including capital and operating project delivery. The Recreation Team is responsible for facility booking, special events delivery such as Santa Claus Parade and Winter Play, as well as supporting council-appointed committees and parks programs like Adopt a Trail and Community Cleanup. Park staff are also responsible for the maintenance and care of trails, municipal parking lots, litter and graffiti removal, cemeteries, and support for special events. Our field staff include our technician teams, which all shift from summer to winter operations seasonally. In winter, they are responsible for the building and maintenance of our outdoor rinks, 174 kilometers of snow removal on municipal trails, crosswalks, skating trails, and supporting winter maintenance zones. Parks is proposing revenues of $607,807 and expenses of $21,765,139. This is a total proposed budget of $21,157,332, a decrease from 2023 of $1,950,572. Sales and user charges are fees related to burial fees, school gymnasiums and sports fields, memorial benches, and trees. There is a transfer from reserve of $297,907. Salaries, wages, and benefits show an increase due to salary adjustments. Our contracted and general services continue to capture services such as watering, mowing, weed control, and garbage bin collection. It also includes specific projects to include the repair of chain link fence, sports field backstops, swing gates, landscape maintenance, tree watering. A decrease in contracted and general service is a result of contracts such as mowing, watering, garbage collection, and snow clearing having been adjusted based on prior trend analysis. The projects budgeted in 2023 were specific to that year and are not required in 2024, and having the recreational trail life cycling reallocation of funds from operating to capital. Roads. Roads branch is led by Manager Kelly Colburn. Roads staff cover a 24/7 operation and is comprised of 71 full-time employees. They maintain and repair roadways, back alleys, sidewalks, curbs, and gutters in the urban service area. They complete street sweeping in the summer and snow plowing, removal, and ice control in the winter. The traffic team maintains and operates the traffic control devices within the region and provide technical support such as traffic studies to both urban and rural hamlets. In addition to the day-to-day services provided, they support with signage, barricades, traffic accommodation plans, and sweeping or snow removal for events such as marathons, parades, and winter play. They also support rural operations with sweeping parking lots and roads, line painting, and hauling materials. This slide shows the current statistics of repairs completed up to early October 2023, using both internal and contracted resources. Roads also supports river breakup before, during, and after an event, making and delivering sandbags to protect critical infrastructure, placing signage and barricades, and providing labor support as required. The residential snowbag program was introduced in 2021, providing support to residents while flood mitigation is underway. Roads is proposing revenues of $476,543 and expenses of $24,635,122. This is a total proposed budget of $24,158,579, which is an increase from 2023 of $1,499,515. Sales and user charges are fees related to single turning for oversized loads traveling through Fort McMurray. License and permits are payments received from Alberta Transportation for municipal road use, route haul permits and snow disposal site permits and load fees. There is a transfer from reserve of $43,293. Contracted service increase is mainly due to the reallocation of seasonal surface flood mitigation funds from engineering capital funds to public works operating funds. Some of these increases have been offset by reductions in contracted meridian flushing and sweeping and asphalt and concrete repairs that were specific to 2023 budget year. Materials, goods, and supplies has increased due to electrical rate increases. Fort Chipewyan Public Works Branch is led by Manager Ernest Thacker and Acting Program Manager Alec Corduroy. Fort Chipewyan Branch is comprised of 25 full-time employees responsible for the community recreation facilities, Archie Simpson Arena, Sunny Flat Aquatic Center, Mamaway Hall, and all municipal recreation programs associated with the facilities. They maintain Dory Lake Campground and the operation and maintenance of the parks, including playgrounds, sports fields, and planters. And staff also work with the landfill operations and assist water, wastewater treatment, and underground services when the need arises. Staff maintain winter and summer maintenance of all community roads, including snow removal, pothole repairs, sweeping, and signage. Staff are also responsible for all aspects of Fort Chipewyan Airport, including maintenance and ensuring regulatory compliance is met and reporting is accurate, and the maintenance of Highway 48, 49, and 50 from Fort Fitzgerald to Fort Smith. Fort Chipewyan is proposing revenues of $246,550 and expenses of $4,667,906. The total proposed budget is $4,421,356, which is a decrease of $758,149. Salaries, wages, and benefits show a decrease of $130,954. This is due to increased contingencies as a result of leaves and vacancies. Contracted and general services for 2024 include airport perimeter fencing and tree removal, ice plant inspections, road maintenance and support, that would be the sidewalks and the snow removal, residential garbage collection, and airport water and sewer hauling. The decrease in general services is mainly due to specific projects budgeted in 2023. These projects include the landfill metal haul, beach park improvements, and lakefront washroom improvements. Purchases from other governments capture the contract with the Government of Northwest Territories for the maintenance of the roads to Fort Fitzgerald. Materials include aggregates for road maintenance, road salt, dust control products, airport runway chemicals, which reflects a decrease as there is still sufficient inventory on hand in Fort Chip. Rural operations. Rural operations is led by Manager Michelle Brewer. Rural operations maintain rural road maintenance and road right-of-ways. That includes grading surface maintenance, snow plowing, roadside mowing and brushing, and dust suppression. Rural road adjacent include the maintenance of such roads as Tower Road, Conklin West, True North Road, and Aastra. Laloche and Fort Chipewyan winter roads are both constructed and maintained winter roads, providing access from these two communities to Fort McMurray. Rural operations staff is comprised of 26 full-time employees who provide services in the hamlets of Sapri Creek, Gregoire Lake Estates, Anzac, Janvier, Conklin, Draper, and Fort Mackay. They maintain the parking lot, snow clearing, summer and winter maintenance of sidewalks and trails, horticultural displays, collection of garbage, bin waste, and clearing snow from bench areas. They maintain the grounds and parking lots of the Anzac Recreation Center, Conklin Multiplex, and all regional municipal buildings. Rural staff also deliver trucked water and sewer delivery for the hamlets of Anzac and Gregoire Lake Estates, servicing over 280 homes. Rural operations is proposing revenues of $4,951,885 and expenses of $12,598,136. The total proposed budget is $7,646,251, which shows a decrease for 2024 in the amount of $6,279,782. Salaries, wages, and benefits show an increase due to salary adjustments. Contracted and general services include the winter road construction and maintenance, snow hauling in the rural, water and sewer hauling, and rural sports maintenance. New rates and modified scopes for the road maintenance contracts resulted in a decrease in contracted services for 2023. This, along with adjustments in budgeting for seasonal construction, allowed for a carry forward of funds, resulting in a decreased ask of construction services in 2024. Materials, goods, and supplies had a decrease in seasonal decorations. You will see while 2024 net budget in rural operations has decreased by over $6 million, there is no impact on service delivery. There is a one-time transfer from operating reserve of $4.4 million and a carry forward from 2023 to help offset the contracted services in 2024. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, presenter, madam. Nice presentation. I just want to ask you two little queries. Hectares, 1,200 hectares. Hectare is a yardstick or a scale for what for? Is it distance or?
Distance. It's
distance?
area. Like it's the area.
It is equal to an acre, or how do you relate it with an acre?
Yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, hectare is a measure of area. Hectare is roughly 2.6 acres.
2.6 acres.
Roughly.
Thank you, sir. My next question is, the revenue, how it is generated, from where you get it?
Fort Chippewa revenue is, sorry, I'm just looking at the amounts here. We do receive funding for Dory Lake Campground. There's a fee for that. We also have sales of other governments, which is Indigenous Service Canada funding. So that's 60% of your operator expenses for water and sewer in Fort Chippewa is reimbursed through the government funding. And other revenues. Dory Lake. Yep, that's the majority of the 60,000 for the Dory Lake, the 97,000.
Do you get something from the businesses? Sorry. Do you get some revenue from the businesses which are there, like fishing or like forestry?
Not directly, no. I don't. Mr. Smith,
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Smith may be able to.
Okay, sir. Thank you. What about the winter road? What is the budget and when it is going to be operative?
They have a meeting on Friday of this week to determine when it will open. They're hoping to have it open for Christmas, but with Mother Nature, we don't know. We're fingers crossed we can have it open, but we don't know. The cost for that road is, I have it right here, $1.6 million for the Fort Chippewa.
So every year it is a new road, like previous something is used or not used?
It's a new road built.
New road?
New winter road, yeah. They construct.
Some material of the past can be used or not? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I don't know who's going to answer these because I'm going to bounce around a little bit, sorry. I found one in here, and it's just more of a question of why we do it. It's engineering review and assessments. It says here, required as per condition assessments. I think we're $384,000 budgeted last year, same amount this year. Is there someone in-house that can perform that? Or do we have to have a consulting service? I don't know what it's for. It just says operational project management.
Do you know what page that's on, Councillor Ball?
14 of 21. If that helps.
1,421?
14 of 21. It's code 523300 under program 83214. Of 21.
14 of 21?
Yeah.
Here.
I don't know what. Here we sorry. I can go to a different one while you hunt for it. That one.
Let's see.
14 of 21.
There we go.
14 of 20, 14 of 21. Well, that's 14 of 49. I may not be the right page.
Nope, that's QP
That's the wrong
overtime.
Yeah, we wanted to add some added confusion. How we doing?
Good.
Doing good.
I can give you the page. I don't need it.
That's even better.
I even circled it, so.
Engineering consultant services, 384. Engineering reviews, assessments, recognition assessments, and assets management. Yeah, I think it's facilities.
I don't know which department that one is.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, that particular ask, that's within our facilities branch and not Parks and Roads. This is an external review that can't be done in-house. Anything that we can do in-house, absolutely we will do in-house. However, certain drawings or certain things we need through asset management, we need it to be stamped, and that's a part of this process.
So what did the line item say? Sorry, it said, because you've got my sheet now. I can't read it. So I can't remember. It just said engineering assessment or something, right? Engineering reviews, assessments required for conditions. So what would be an example of something that we would?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, as per Joel's presentation, our facilities branch, we maintain over 280 facilities. And as part of our building life cycle, we have a 20-year plan. Every 5 years, we do condition assessments. So as a part of that condition assessment, anything that we're going to fix could be HVACs, could be boilers, anything of the such. This would become part of that would be stamped. This is an external review. We don't have that skill set internally.
You just expired.
That's a good point. Okay, no, that's perfect. I was just wondering, because it said engineer review, so I thought, we've got engineers on staff. Is that something we can handle in-house? I see rural transit services have increased in value, but 120K. I guess my question is, did we increase the service or just the cost of the service increase?
Through the chair to the councillor, the cost of the service actually went up. We had to change providers, so they increased rates.
Okay, all right. Same question for rental sweepers. If it's increased the service, I think it'll make Councillor Bouzier much happier because we've doubled that, adding another 400K for renting sweepers. So are sweepers more expensive or are we getting more sweepers?
So the rental program actually is expanding to include things like graders this year because the sweeper program was successful in that we have completed the core sweeper program faster using the rentals. So we're actually going to try expanding that to the grader program so that we own less capital intensive assets and lease them during the high periods.
So we're adding a type of equipment, not an additional sweeper.
Correct.
I still think he wants more sweepers, so. Okay, thanks. I noticed that some of the things like conferences and training in the Parks and Roads had doubled from last year. Is that out of necessity or is that just people are expired and need to?
The majority of that is because of expired, and with COVID, there was a lot of training they couldn't take, so this will compensate for that this year.
I'd also noticed that in Fort Chip that the exempt staff had doubled. Is that a new position that's budgeted for this year?
No. Last year, the way they were doing the budgeting was if it wasn't filled, they weren't budgeting, and because that position is hard to fill, they didn't budget for it last year.
Okay.
So then when they changed the way we're doing it this year, it just shows up, like it looks like it's an increase, but there's no increase in staff.
Okay, thank you. I'd already spoken about the special consulting services, and I don't know if we were going to move that over to IRR or not for blessings. That was a discussion yesterday. And I know you guys only had a small piece of it, but I believe others might have had some of that as well.
Yeah, I think that was a change in how they were budgeting this year.
A question, you had mentioned that it was based on prior trends that the turf mowing contracts had been reduced this year. Was that mainly because they weren't able to get in as many cuts as they normally do, or
yes,
are we just asking them to do less cuts?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, that is correct. They are there was rain this year, so they couldn't get into some of them, so they didn't do as many as they
Okay, so
normally
because
do.
we're reducing that significantly, like
Yeah,
500,000.
and then the pricing as well. There was an adjustment in the pricing. Yeah.
I had one other one. I did speak to our CAO about this, and he said that it's going by the wayside, so I don't even know. I'll bring it up. The owner's rep for Parkland Design Development, is that something we really need in-house?
We're going to try, through the chair to Councillor Ball, we're going to look at that one in-house. And
Okay, so is that something we're going to look at removing from this budget? So we should probably make a motion to remove
yes,
that?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. A couple questions when it came to just the rural operations. We talked about servicing Draper and Sapri, but it was my understanding, and I guess just looking for reasons why or just clarification, that we actually service them from the urban, but pay for them from the rural. Is that right? Or do we actually service them from the rural? Does that make sense?
We service them from the rural.
So it's the rural trucks that go out and collect the garbage and do the snow and decorating and all that?
They do the decorating. They do all the horticulture, through the chair to Councillor Weigel.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yes, they do. So some of it is contracted out and some of it is done in-house. So they do the horticulture, they'll do the garbage collection, those types of things.
Awesome.
Contracted out, sorry.
Okay. My apologies then. And then the last question is, when we're talking about trails, maintaining trails, and this just kind of came up as I was going through, when we're maintaining trails, the trails in Draper and Sapri are not part of the trails master list, correct? That we're maintaining?
Correct.
And so whose responsibility are those trails to take care of?
So some of the, through the chair to Councillor Weigel, some of those trails, I believe, are not municipal land. They're kind of like, they became trails. People just used them. So I don't know if there's anyone that's really assigned to those trails for maintenance to do them. It's kind of like user at your own risk and kind of work at it yourself. But there's none, the ones that are there that are municipal land, we do maintain, but the ones outside of that, we don't.
Yeah, so the trails behind, like that connect Draper and Sapri, as well as even behind Abasan, if I'm looking at the trails map, those aren't municipal trails. And so where would funding come if there's a safety hazard or anything like that?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, it would depend really on the trails you're talking about. If it's Crown land, typically it's done by users, nothing through a municipal or provincial property. If it's snowdrifters trails, they would use those trails. I would need to know the exact trail you're talking about. If it's not on municipal land, it doesn't meet municipal services, then we would not maintain them.
Yeah, there's multiple trails. I'm just trying to get an understanding, just as a path forward while we're talking about this. It came up, I just thought of it honestly while we were talking about it, but there's a lot of conversation about different trails, especially in Draper and in Sapri, that have different worn areas that have become safety concerns. And so just trying to figure out the path forward in my head about how to go about correctly funding those and then taking care of it as well.
Exactly, and through the chair to Councillor Weigel, if it is on provincial property, that would be the public as a whole that would maintain those trails. That would not be the provincial government or the municipal government. However, I would be more than happy, myself and Barb and Michelle would be more than happy to sit down with you at any time, go over the maps and tell you exactly which ones are municipal, which ones are provincial, and which ones would have funding.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, to the chair of the presenters. Just a question to Keith, Director Smith, is how do you determine what's contracted out and what's in-house? I guess an example would be grass maintenance. Like some areas like Thickwood Boulevard tends to be very, very nice. Overall, the city, I think, is very good. Some areas are just better than the others. And then sometimes along Clearwater Drive, it doesn't look like there's been a mower there in months.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, obviously, the mowing contract is contracted out. The overarching question on what we contract out and what we do in the house really depends on the skill set and the time that we would use it. So if it's a unique skill set, as we talked about before with Councillor Ball, of stamping a drawing, we would not need to hire a couple people and have them on staff for such unique, specified work. Sometimes it's a hire and true contract just for specific skills, but also at the same time, we have a certain amount of people, and mowing instead of using all of our resources, our technical team, our laborers, to do a specific mowing, we get them to do the more technical jobs that they're more suited towards and can do more efficiently. So sometimes it's more about efficiency and getting the job done right. It's not always going to be in-house. So that's sometimes we make that call of what to contract out and what not to contract out.
So just out of curiosity, how many contractors would we have to take care of grass cutting, grass maintenance, not the ball diamonds, just regular lawn maintenance throughout the region?
Through the chair, Councillor Bussier, I would have to look at that, but I believe we only have the one contractor. But again, I would have to look at that in detail to determine that specifically.
Okay, and if the one contractor is maybe not keeping up, what's the backup plan? Do we send internal staff to take care of it?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, there is mechanisms within the contract that would hold that contractor responsible for the maintenance. If there was some slippage, or if they weren't on a specific schedule, or if we wanted to increase the schedule, then we would do so through the contract. There's certain areas such as mowing. It's very difficult in this area, especially in the north, to get employees. So something such as mowing, we just can't offer, part-time 6 months employees for that. So that's another reason why we would contract that out. And a lot of our parks individuals, how we have it amalgamated is that in the winter they switch over to some roads operations and other operations in order to amalgamate. But there is seasonal requirements, and that's another reason why we would do contracted services.
Okay, through the chair, Keith, what about? I think Fort McMurray is a very picturesque community. I think it's very beautiful. But the one thing that really still sticks out is when you're coming in from out of town, and basically it's all fine up to about the Sabre Creek Trail turnoff. Mm-hmm. And then throughout the community or throughout 63, it's not that inviting. And I understand it's a provincial matter. Mm-hmm. Last year, I think the contract may have cut Highway 63 once. I don't even know if they went back and trimmed around the light standards and post. Is there any opportunity to bring that portion in-house?
Through the chair, Councillor Bussier, I agree with you. I love this area and it's very picturesque. I believe that throughout the municipality, where the municipality is responsible, it's absolutely gorgeous. Our crews do a fantastic job. However, 63 in certain parts of the highway is the provincial responsibility. We do reach out to the province from time to time to remind them of their responsibility. It's been my experience that we do not want to cross jurisdictions, so if we start doing that work, we'll never stop doing that work. I do believe from an administrative point of view and a council point of view, if we need to, reach out to the provincial government, ask for more standards, maybe there's grants or something that can be provided, that's a possibility, but that's a much larger discussion.
Yeah, and I certainly agree, Director Smith, about taking on some provincial responsibilities, because I think the winter road is probably a provincial responsibility yet to Fort Chip, but yet we get tagged with taking care of it and building it every year. You could argue that's just an extension of 63. So I guess just the last question is with snow removal coming this year and the fact we haven't been fortunate enough to have any kind of significant snowfall. We had talked to our Councillor McGrath, and maybe this is a capital item. I was just wondering about the snow dump on the south side of the community, and maybe that's more to do with capital coming forward.
Through the chair, Councillor Bussier, the construction of the snow dump south of town would be a capital project. However, if you have questions regarding snow disposal sites, I can answer.
I guess I was just curious if we've done any more homework on that topic going forward.
Through the chair, Councillor Bussier, as you can recall, I believe it was in 2010, we did an assessment on snow disposal sites. We did originally have 5 throughout the area, and it was based on projections and it was based on population growth. And due to that study, it was determined that we would require one north and one south. And that was based upon the projection, if you recall, that in 2023, we were supposed to be around 250,000 people within the urban service area. Unfortunately, that didn't come to fruition. We built the one in the north, so we had the Tower Road that was commissioned in 21. And as well, remember the 5 that I spoke about, 1 still remains. So that's the Dickinsville snow dump. So that one can hold, I think, 227,000 cubic meters, and the Tower Road one can hold about 500,000 cubic meters. That is more than enough storage for our purposes at this point in time and any future projections. Now, with that being said, the pre-design was done on the one in the south, in which we do have the dispositions, that being a DML, and we do have the DLOs for the road and the water lines, and we have that approval, so we've come a long ways. However, it's not being constructed. We did update the pre-design to determine what it would cost and if it's worth it, and at this point in time, and we can discuss this in capital if you wish, but I believe the cost was $44.5 million to build that site, and it was decided at capital that it did not meet the line. It was below the line. So we can discuss that during capital on what to do with that property.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor McGrath? You're on mute, Councilor McGrath.
That's probably the best time, Mayor, that anybody's heard me. Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to first of all say, you know, as far as the travel goes with the parks and stuff, you've done a great job in Victoria representing the municipality and then hosting the communities in bloom. And the guy that makes the canoes, he's going to be famous. So they do a great job. My question would be on the winter roads, both south and north. I believe it's about $6 million each year. And I guess at some point, I know it wasn't $6 million, like say back in maybe 2010. But when we project out, it's money that's spent each year, but there's nothing sustainable or nothing tangible that's left behind us. And would you forecast out to the best of your ability that each year as contract and services get a little bit more, and we have these kind of winters, that price would increase?
Through the chair to Councilor McGrath, the winter road really depends on Mother Nature, especially the Fort Chip Winter Road. And the term road is really loosely, it's more likely a crossing or a pathway, you can call it. It costs us that amount of money simply because of all the water that we need to cross. The cost really fluctuates, and again, it depends on the weather and how we move forward. The direction and how it's been set up hasn't really changed too much over the years, so I don't forecast or foresee much increase in costs over the upcoming years. Now, the winter road to La Loche, that is a much simpler road, much less crossings, and typically costs the same amount per year.
I appreciate that, because there's about 50 or 53 kilometers, I think, to build one. But going back, I guess my question would be maybe to administration. Out of that yearly spend, how much would the federal government or the provincial government attribute to making sure the residents have an all-winter road? Like out of our $6 million, would there be any recovery from either level of government on that?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, it's my understanding that we don't receive any type of recovery from the provincial government. However, that doesn't stop, like I said before, with regards to 63 cleaning, that we can try to get some of that funding. You have to realize, or keep in mind, that the winter road is under a disposition that's belonged to the municipality, and according to that disposition, it is our responsibility to put that in place to serve our residents in Fort Chipewyan. So at this point in time, we do not receive any grants from the provincial government.
I appreciate that. The second question through the chair would be, whatever happened to like a simple snow dump like they have another, like just opening up maybe on cell one at the landfill, like that's done in other communities, because the facility on Tower Road, at one point, we were told that the province made us build it, but never funded it. Whatever happened just to having a snow dump away from the escarpments and away from waterways that we could just dump snow, because at one point we had 7 areas. Can we get just a simple dump without a facility?
Excellent question, Councillor McGrath. At one point in time, we did have 5 that were strategically placed throughout the municipality, and most were closed down because of environmental reasons. Some was closed down because of conflicting issues. We do have the one that's left on in Dickinsfield, and that would be one of the 5 that you were talking about. We've had a lot of compliance issues with that one, and we've had to do some reclamation. We've reduced the size, put in some storm ponds, and that one exactly is grandfathered in. However, due to current environmental legislation, what we did in the past with regards to snow dumps would not fly today. These snow dumps, they are very much contaminated. Environmental regulations wouldn't allow us so. And you have to keep in mind that this great municipality provides a service to our residents that's far above the majority of other areas. And our snow removal is top notch. And the amount of snow we remove is quite a bit. Just for an example, last year we did, I believe it was around 337 cubic meters of snow to the Tower Road site alone. At the end of the day, once that all melted, it was over 200 loads of spoil, that means contaminated soil, that was dragged, removed from that landfill or that snow disposal site alone. So if you can put that into comparison, if we did not have that snow dump in sight and we did not have that area and we just dumped it anywhere, that would be contaminated and you would have every level of government knocking on our door.
No, I get that. I used to work for Johnny Wilson and we used to do the snow clearing with the city. I wouldn't question any services that our employees give to the city because they're stellar. My only point today is the reason why this transportation committee, you can just, you listen to this morning, and that's we get underfunded for your people. And my question is, in other municipalities, whether it's a liner away from escarpments, there's not too many of these facilities that are built. And to build another one for the south, I think this is where we need to support administration in our roles, because the worst that's going to be in the snow is sand and a bit of oil for somebody that has an old Chevy like myself. But I just don't get building another facility. That's a talk of another day, but I just see that we take on a lot without some provincial and federal funding, and I think I don't want to beat that one to death. And my final question is the security that's round the clock on these snow dumps. And I asked this years ago, like if you give out a snow license to a company, why wouldn't they not just have a fob that when the trucker went to the gate, like we used to, and put your fob and the gate comes up? Because to have people looking at, a couple of contract employees looking at a snow dump, I don't get it. I really don't. And we had probably 3 or 4 over at Abraham's Landing when we were stacking snow that used to fall into Wood Buffalo and just come down the river. I just try to understand some of that stuff, because it seems like we just go all out.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor McGrath. And we are always here to provide information to help you understand or make better decisions on this stuff. When it comes to security, there's a number of factors. We do have infrastructure that's at place in the snow disposal areas, so we don't want any type of vandalism or anything of such. And also at the same time, these security guards, they do take note of loads coming in, loads coming out. But as you can appreciate, not every citizen will respect these snow sites, and they will become an ultimate dumping ground for everything in between. And that's really why we have the security on site. And they're only there during operational periods. But your fob idea is a great idea, and it's something that we can take back and look into, sir.
But in our generation, we never had a whole lot of dough. But I know that when Phil Russell and those guys were under graders, and things were a little bit different. But I think we took on a lot, and just going to take on more unless we do a better job as elected representatives. Appreciate what you do, and I don't know how much we're saving a day, but it got to be a couple of hundred when there's not snowing, and not hauling snow. So hopefully that money goes to a good cause for the employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. Barb, I know you touched on this. If I could get just a bit more clarity on how the transfer from and to the reserves fits into your budget.
This is a finance question, I think. Lori, do you want to give the chair to Councillor Stroud?
So it's actually coming.
Yeah, it comes from reserve accounts that were set aside in the past to help with operations, but I don't know if Lori wants to add a little bit more to that or. Okay.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, we recently did a reconciliation of all of the reserves that we hold, and there was a specific reserve for rural parks, right? Oh, okay. So what we're trying to do is actually draw on the reserves where it's appropriate to do so. So you are seeing more activity through the revenue lines of each area. So this again is something new. We have the reserves sitting there, and we're trying to draw on them for specific reasons.
Thank you, Lori. Yeah, I haven't seen it before, so I just wanted a bit more clarity. And I want to thank the rural parks. I appreciate all the programs and services that you do in the rural. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thanks for the presentation and the good works in your department. I also want to appreciate the new development for Keanu students, the Keanu Sweep bus, which we are hoping to start early in January, and the adjustment to schedules in Timberley and Teakwood. So thank you for that. My question is about Abasand spray packs. I believe about a year ago, a motion was moved and passed about both the dog pack and spray packs. You did some work, and dog pack seems to be difficult at this point to implement. I'm wondering, is the Abasand spray pack on your list of things to do in 2024? And if not, why not? This keeps coming up in public engagement. This is what the residents want. And I see that a lot of money is being spent in other areas. So I'm wondering what's going on with that.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, it is not on the list for this year, spray park in Avisan. We can get back to you with a little more detail as to how they've looked at that one and what the outcomes were.
Okay. I would like for us to look at that one because, I mean, they are residents like others and they pay their taxes. We should pay attention. I mean, they keep asking. We moved the motion past, and I haven't seen much on that. So that's one. And then I think it's on-demand bus schedule, especially the work that has been done on those with challenges with mobility and health issues for transportation. Is there any update on that?
Through the chair to Councillor, we are just finalizing the RFP for that services. Hopefully we'll have that out into the marketplace early next year, which will allow us to move that, which is really the cornerstone of the transit master plan, forward next year as per the plan. We are expected to and looking at ways to speed up the implementation of the overall transit master plan schedule. But the on-demand piece is probably the most critical aspect, so we have to do that right and take our time. Okay. But it is moving ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So, CEO, please, I would like for us to have some feedback about the Abasand spray pack.
So I think that Councillor Benjoko, we could bring that up during the capital budget.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the operating budget right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me a chance. Thank you very much, presenters. I just want to add something about the snow dump. I had an experience of as a trucker dumping for about 4 or 5 years, and it used to be only one dump at thickwood timberley, which is now at the central place. And it was accommodating the snow of the entire community once the population was more, once the climatic conditions that there was more snow. And in one of the informal discussions, Mr. Smith has been very kind and open to confess that even one can do the take on the load. I don't think so there is any need of the one in the south. I think the budget is about 40 million for that.
So I think, Councillor, that'll be in the operating budget as well. We can discuss that.
Okay,
later
it
on.
was this discussion going on. So
Sorry,
that,
in the capital
okay,
budget,
okay.
yeah.
My point is over. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Thanks, Councillor Stroud. And Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to Joel. I believe this is operations. Is that pilot project for Conklin for the extra run happening within 2024?
Through the chair to councillor, that is still being considered. We'll need to circle back on getting
Pardon?
that is still being considered. It is not actually on the books for 2024. With that being said, we can re-engage and have a conversation.
I'd appreciate that because my understanding from the last time I spoke to you that it was going to be a pilot project for 2024.
I'm sure we can find a way to make that happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. And also, so we pay for the road from here to Fort Chipewyan, and so we also fund part of the road from Fort Chipewyan to Fort Smith, about $415,000 per year. As that goes through a national park, does Fort Smith also pay for that as well, or do we know?
Through the chair to council, or through the chair to Mayor Bowman, I'd have to look into the specifics of that. I do believe that there might have been some arrangement whereas they maintain it and we build it, something along those lines. But there is a certain arrangement, and we would have to get back to you on that. I can't remember the specifics.
Okay, yeah, just when I go to the province and I'm advocating for the money, they should be kind of contributing to our community. I usually bring up the Fort Chipewyan Road as an extension of Highway 63, but then also we have the Fort Smith Road that's in a national park that we're also paying for. So that's good information. Thank you, Keith. The other thing is, I see that with the roads, the contracted services went up considerably. Does that go with, I know last year we had some issues with street sweeping. It was kind of behind schedule, and I guess it was done wrong at one point, and they had a problem with the equipment, that rental equipment. Do we have something, is that the reason for the increase with contract services coming into next year? Is that one of the reasons to get that service on track?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, no, that contract was actually lowered a little bit based on the bids that came in, and we will be going to market again in 2024 for that service. So early, you'll see that going to market.
Okay, will they be using our rental machines, or they'll bring their own?
We'll do both. So we'll do some, but we'll also contract out in the beginning of the season to make sure we get the streets cleaned.
Okay, with a different contractor?
Yes.
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, just to augment on what Barb was saying, our roads contract also went up because now we are responsible or taking on the temporary flood mitigation portion too as well.
Okay.
So that's coming over to Public Works.
Okay, perfect.
So that's the major increase.
That's the increase. Okay, perfect. Thanks. And also when it comes to grass maintenance, as we see, one company does a lot of it, and they also help us in the wintertime with different things, same company. Is there ever to look at breaking that up so we'd have kind of better service across municipality? Because I know they do a great job in some places, and other places like Clearwater kind of gets, whether that's the last of their run or whatever it is, it seems to get a little bit neglected. Is there any kind of possibility of another contract?
Through the chair to Councillor Bowman, we can take that away and look at the contract term and see if we can do it a little differently next time around.
And even if they can increase their service. I mean, with increased service comes increased revenue, I guess, but if it's something they can do in the scope of work.
Okay.
And we can always, through the chair to Mayor Bowman, we can always look at that, but, obviously, when it comes to multiple contracts, there's more strain on administration to manage multiple contracts.
Yeah.
And if we need to increase the services that the contractor provides, we can definitely put that into the contract if we need to increase or decrease. But there's different areas to our towns. You get fire breaks, you get normal maintenance. There's a multitude of different things that will require different maintenance. So that may be why you see different levels of service.
Oh, yeah, because as Councilor Boussier mentioned, our Thickwood Boulevard's always immaculate, right through to Confed. Birchwood trails are immaculate. We just see that on Clearwater could use some attention. And that's all the questions I have. Does anyone else have any other questions? Councilor Boussier.
And through the chair to Keith, just Director Smith, you touched on flood mitigation, or I think it was discussed. Who schedules the setup when we start putting up I call them the bouncy castles and the sandbags? Like, we seem to put them up awful early, and I know there comes a cost with the security, like Councilor McGrath has mentioned. Like, I think in the last 10 or 12 years, the earliest breakup we've had is like April 14th, and I think May 3rd or 6th in 2021. Sometimes it looks like we're setting things up in March. So is it our decision, or are we kind of regulated by the government when it comes to the start date for flood mitigation?
Through the chair to Councilor Boussier, this is new to Public Works this year. The individual that's responsible for this program is now sitting in Public Works, and that's essentially why it's coming to Public Works. So it's more the manpower situation. When it comes to who makes that call, my assumption would be that would be between us, RES, the provincial government, and everybody involved that would make the decision on when this needs to go out in preparation. However, next year, sitting in front of you after going through one season, I'll be able to definitely definitively answer that question a lot better.
Okay, and I appreciate that, Keith. Do you know the setup date started like the last couple years when we actually started to put resources on Clearwater Drive and Longboat Landing?
Through the chair to Councilor Boussier, unfortunately, I was not involved in that practice. I would not have those dates.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. And right now, before we break for lunch, Councilor Ball, you have a motion?
I have one more. Just one more presentation.
I was going to wait to after lunch for that one, Keith, if you don't mind.
Yep.
If not, we'll be into the afternoon. Councilor Ball?
I move that consulting fees in the amount of $150,000 specific to the owner's representative for the waterfront park revitalization project be removed from the proposed 2024 Public Works operating budget.
Can I have someone second that motion? Councilor Grandison?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Councilor Ball, would you like to discuss your motion?
Not particularly. I think we already did here. I've had this conversation with the CAO and obviously the people in front of us, and they agree that this can be removed. So,
okay, for clarity for the council to vote on it, do you want to? Oh, I just can't see it. No, just a second. It's okay, Ken. I don't have it. Councilor Bajoka, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I would like Councillor Ball to discuss this and convince us why he brought this motion forward.
Oh.
Try that again. So basically, this is a service that's provided by a consultant, and at this point, I believe the consultant is based out of Vancouver. They provide a service to manage a project for us. Waterfront Park is one of them. I don't know if they manage any others, but we have staff on board that can do this and do this on a regular basis. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to continue spending $150,000 to have one person represent one project when typically at that valuation you can get one person representing up to 10 or 20 projects if they're in-house. I won't speak on their record in the last 3 years. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My question is to administration. How will this affect the project?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, with the realignment, we will have resources internally to be able to pick up the pieces and
thank you.
Run this project.
Thank you, Stroud. CO Hunter?
Thank you, Mayor. And through the chair, Councillor Stroud, we've had a lot of discussion in-house with the project delivery team, and we have the decision is we do not need these people from Vancouver, and that we are going to change the way that we're delivering this project. There've been a lot of challenges on the project, and I think the scope of the project, where one of the things that's coming forward in the capital budget is to realign that scope with what we really need to do.
Put it this way. So we'll pass if we don't pass it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud, and thank you, CEO. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. It's a comment. I'm wondering why this came on our budget list to start with. I mean, from from the comment from CAO, I don't know. It's just a comment, but what if we didn't spot it? I'm just wondering.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, the budget was started in August and September of this year, and I think as we move forward with the realignments in the last month, we realized we can have this transferred in-house. So it's just a timing. So we're okay with it being removed from the budget for 2024.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Bolton.
Thank you. Nothing else to add. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried. All in favor. Thank you. So right now we'll break 1 hour for lunch and we'll return with Director Smith's operating budget for administration. Welcome back, everyone. Continue on with our budget. We have Director Keith Smith here to present the operating budget for Public Works Administration. So whenever you're ready, Keith.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Our last presentation, that being the Public Works Administrative Budget. Again, for the record, my name is Keith Smith, and I'm the Director of your Public Works Department. Along with the day-to-day operations and projects managed by Public Works, above is a listing of the primary objectives for 2024, that being the implementation of the urban snow and ice control policy, the continued implementation of Council's approved OHV strategic plan, implementation of the transit master plan, continue implementation of the recommendations as outlined in the fleet matrix, as well as continue with the construction of the North Operations Center. The proposed Public Works Administrative Budget for 2024 is $1,083,857, which is an increase of $55,248 from 2023. This has contributed to an increase in salaries, wages, and benefits, as well as contracted and general services. As you can see by this slide, as per the Q3 actuals, we are on trajectory to be on budget for 2023 within our administrative budget. That's it for the administrative budget for Public Works.
Thank you, Keith. I guess we could have done that before lunch. Do we have any questions? Do you have any questions from council? Not seeing it. We definitely could have done that. So then we have any motions to make? Not seeing any, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Kendrick has a motion. Sorry, Kendrick, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to make the motion that administration review the operations and service levels for the work undertaken by Public Works in the community of Fort Chipewyan and bring forward information to council, please, and thank you.
Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Weigel?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, I just kind of wanted to just have administration come back with some information regarding job titles and job descriptions for community of Fort Chipewyan and what's also needed there. I know that I'd had some discussion with the CAO and Jade about having a horticulturist and how that would all look like there, and some staffing issues that are in Fort Chipewyan that I want to address. Have our mayor and council address the issues that are underlying in Fort Chipewyan. Basically, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Does anyone have any questions or comments? I see a call for vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Now I'll call Amanda Hiatus to present the operating budget for planning and development services, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Amanda Hiatus. I'm the Acting Director of Planning and Development, and with me today is Kojo Ifu, Acting Senior Manager of Planning and Development. Supporting us in the gallery are our managers, Such Chanjiak, Bryn Armstrong, and Lori Parsons. We are before you today to present the proposed 2024 operating budget for planning and development. Our department comprises of 3 branches: safety codes, community development planning, and land administration. The department has 76 full-time positions. Of these, 17 are vacant, and we are working with HR to mitigate the strain. This year, our team established a departmental vision to build quality communities through professional, clear, and consistent decisions. The department's services are entirely operational, outward-facing, highly administrative, and have a direct impact on the health, safety, and well-being of the community. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our team who are responsible for the improvements we are achieving in customer service, and I am proud of the work that they are doing.
While P&D processes thousands of permits and inspections annually, the department is aware of real and perceived complaints concerning confusion, inefficiencies, and miscommunication. In 2023, P&D completed a departmental process review, which identified 92 recommendations and actions to improve customer service, reduce red tape and barriers to development, and better facilitate property improvement and investment. Implementation is underway, and we will continue into 2024 in alignment with the Wood Buffalo Pro Business Advisory Committee, the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee, and Council's strategic plan to deliver a pro-business environment for businesses with attention to excellence in customer service. The department anticipates revenues of $2,028,382 for 2024, predominantly stemming from licenses and permits. Our expenses are expected to be $11,990,073, resulting in a budget request of $9,961,691. The 2023 actuals provide you with an understanding of the department's spend to date. Revenues for the department were anticipated to be $1,986. To date, we have collected $1,794,586,000. Based on current licensing and permit activity trends, additional revenue will be collected by the end of this year. Expenses for the department this year were expected to be $14,594,107. To date, $10,116,863 have been spent. Safety codes. The Safety Codes branch is managed by Lori Parsons and consists of 25 full-time positions. The branch provides permitting and inspection services for residents and contractors across the region. As of November 30th, 2,477 permits have been issued for building, electrical, plumbing, gas, venting, and other permits. The work conducted by the branch is provincially mandated, and our Safety Codes officers ensure compliance with the provincial legislation through the Safety Codes Act and Alberta Building Code. Furthermore, these activities are audited annually, ensuring the municipality maintains its accreditation with the Safety Codes Council. The 2024 revenue projection for Safety Codes is $1,200,775,000, with expenses projected at $3,709,264. The total budget request is $2,508,489, which is a $43,297 increase. This increase can be attributed to salary adjustments. The revenue projections are based on 2023 construction activity, which is expected to continue into 2024. Additionally, an existing full-time position was transferred into the branch, creating a training and development opportunity. Community development planning. Next is an overview of the Community Development Planning branch, which is managed by Such Chandyuk and consists of 40 full-time positions, 1 temp, and 2 students. The most visible role of community development planning is processing development permits, business licenses, and special event permits. The branch is also responsible for the creation of the Downtown Revitalization Incentive Program, administering subdivisions and land use amendments. As of November 30th, 2023, 3,051 permits have been issued through this branch. Equally important is their role in creating the policy plans and regulations that guide our region's growth and progress, along with special reports and data analysis. This work includes the recently approved Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan, a new municipal development plan, various area structure plans, a new land use bylaw, municipal census every 3 years, and associated demographic analysis such as population projection modeling. The 2024 revenue projection is $453,425, with expenses projected at $5,374,242. bringing the total budget request to $4,920,817, which is an increase of $49,238. This increase can be partially attributed to an increase in contracted and general services to support the overdue digitization of property file records and the completion of the Draper Area Structure Plan. Lastly, material, goods, supplies, and utilities have increased by $27,900, which is primarily associated with public engagement initiatives to involve the community in projects such as the Land Use Bylaw, Area Structure Plans, and the Downtown Revitalization Incentive Program. Land Administration. This branch is managed by Bryn Armstrong and has 11 full-time positions and 1 temp. The branch oversees the purchase, sale, and leasing of municipal properties in accordance with applicable legislation and council policies. The branch provides property services to municipal departments, stakeholders, and community members. This critical function is achieved by acquiring land for capital projects, disposing of surplus land, and managing municipal reserve land for public use. The 2024 revenue projection for the Land Administration branch is $374,182, with expenses projected at $2,269,475. The total budget request is $1,895,293, which is a decrease of $2,733,770. This significant cost savings is primarily a result of planning and development and engineering relocating to the Jubilee building and no longer requiring the Timberley Landing lease. Finally, I'll just pass this over to Kojo. I almost kept going. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Kojo Ifu. I'm the Acting Senior Manager of the Planning and Development Department. Finally, I'll summarize Planning and Development Administration, which consists of the Office of the Director, Senior Manager, and Senior Administrative Assistant. We are responsible for ensuring that the department embraces the vision, mission, and value of the organization in alignment with Council's strategic plan, focusing on downtown visualization and delivering a pro-business environment with attention to excellence in customer service. Planning and Development Administration does not collect revenues, as these are captured in the respective branch budgets. Expenses are projected at $637,092. The total 2024 budget request is $637,092, an increase of $5,181. Notably, salary, wages, and benefits have decreased by $99,341 due to vacancies. Contracted and general services have increased by $91,560, which largely support implementation of various recommendations of the process review, such as updating our current standard operating procedures and developing new ones to ensure we provide best services to all. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Kojo. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy birthday first. And thank you for the cake which you have kept only for the council. The remaining people equally deserve it. Okay. Okay. Now to the presenters. Madam, thank you very much. Very good. Since how long you are interim director? 4 months, 5 months, 6 months?
Through the chair to the question, since June.
June. Okay, thank you very much. You are carrying forward the legacy of Brad, who was a very competent man. Very well, he has groomed you very good. Once I see the budget, the dollar value in every branch is considerably decreasing. You know, I don't know, there is some magic or reorganization, and can you please explain it?
Sure.
You got my question? Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
You understood it? Sorry, I can repeat it if you want.
That's fine.
Okay.
So through the chair to the question, we did a really detailed breakdown of all of our expenses this year, and we tried to decrease where we could. We based a lot of that off of expending and actuals to date. And we've been trying hard to shift a lot of our projects to be delivered by internal staff. So that's where some of our cost savings are coming from. But most notably, the largest cost saving is from the lease that we no longer carry for the Timberley Landing location, as we are now in the Jubilee building on the main floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Amanda. I just further to the lease, based on, so there's an additional or 773,000 in the budget, and what it says here on page 1425, it says based on 3 lease agreements, Jubilee Plaza, the stores, 2 rmwb staff parking, additional new parking area for employees, flood mitigation of 121, and then store building lease of 441,000. Just looking for a little clarification on those 4 figures.
See that sheet, or do you want to take it? No, I can take it. I just need the sheet. Sorry, I just need the sheet so I can look at the breakdown.
Okay.
You want to take it? Okay. Bryn Armstrong is here from the Land Administration. She'll probably be able to give you a more detailed response.
Thank you.
Through the chair to the question. So we have 2 parking, we have 2 staff parking leases. And, sorry, just one moment. So the store's lease is the 441,000. The flood mitigation is 120,000, and the 152,000 and the 60,000 together make up the Jubilee Plaza space, as well as the 2 parking agreements.
So the 441,000 we spend on the stores building lease. Where is that? What is it? Like how much square footage?
Through the chair to the question, the stores lease is a building in the Gregoire area. I don't have the square footage offhand, but I'd be happy to get that for you.
That's okay. So what do we put in there? Like,
so that, through the chair to the question, that building, it has supplies for the municipality, like cleaning supplies and paper and things like that.
Okay, I guess where I'm just going with this, Bryn, is there, like, we have like the South Side Operation building, we have this building, we have the water treatment plant. Is there nowhere we can store the flood mitigation and all the other stuff in our own buildings and maybe save a few dollars?
Through the chair to the question, so for the flood mitigation, that's a land lease, and that we'd be happy to look to see if there's municipal land that we could utilize. In regards to the stores lease, that request came from a different department.
I think the CFO can add something to that. She's waiting.
So the central stores lease is actually where we have our central stores function. So all of our warehouse technicians are there. They have all of the medical supplies that they supply for all of the ambulances. We also have a lot of historical supplies that come in there. So yes, there's cleaning supplies and a variety of other items. Anything that's coming into town usually goes to the central stores location and then is redistributed through the central stores warehouse. We are in the process of revisiting all of that and coming down to a vendor managed inventory that will go to each site so that we'll get out of the central stores business and be focusing on specific warehousing functions. We were hoping to be out of that lease for 2024, but with the priority of the Jubilee and some of the complexities with downsizing, we've had to extend the lease by 6 months.
Okay, thank you, Lori. I guess just the flood mitigation, going back to Bren, the flood mitigation, it's just I think I know what it is, just a piece of land downtown that we lease from another individual just to put, I'll use the bouncy castles and that before we put them out.
Through the chair to Councillor Brucias. Yes, it's a land license or a laydown for all of the flood mitigation equipment.
Do you know if we've ever used it? Because I'm pretty sure I know where the land is, and I've never seen anything stored on that land before and after the setup and takedown of the flood mitigation. Have we actually used that parcel of land?
Through the chair to Councillor Brucias, yes, we have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Do you have any other questions from council? Councillor Cardinal.
I got a quick thanks, Mayor, through the chair to the presenters. Excuse me. Thank you for his presentation. Great job. I got a question about development of permits. I know that we've been having issues rurally. We made the news on one occasion, I know, about permitting in Conklin and also struggling with permitting in our rural communities. So I just kind of wanted to go back to the drop in budget for, I believe it was 700 and some thousand, right? So I'd like to actually make a motion to be able to have specific permitters be able to administer rural duties, because I feel that we shouldn't be making the news.
Councillor Cardinal, at the end of the presentation stuff, we'll have a time for motions.
Okay.
So if you want to get something,
okay, I'll go back to the
get
questions.
something together so you can get a motion.
Okay, sorry
together.
about that. No problem.
Just right now, just questions regarding budget.
Okay, well then so then the permitting, so my question would be for the permitting part of the rural communities, including Fort Chippewa, Conklin, Anzac, the lack of addressing the permitting issues that we're having, would the $700,000 decrease have any benefit for that? I don't know if that's a word, but anyways, yeah, something like that. Do you understand the question? Mm-hmm. Thanks.
To the chair, to the question, I do understand what you're saying. The 700,000 drop, that was mainly due to two big pieces in our budget. One was the lease that we're no longer carrying for Timberley Landing, and also the way in which we're approaching land surveying. There's an agreement in place in which there's some cost savings and a carryover for those type of expenses. Outside of that amount, there's actually no impact to the way that we process permits based on that drop of 700,000. We have some money put aside for contracted and general services in our budget, which will help us to further refine some of our processes. In terms of the service that's offered in the rural areas, and the most recent news in Conklin, there are efficiencies that are going to be realized through some of the realignment. So for example, there's a portion of the engineering team that will now be working with planning and development, and the coordination with development should become cleaner and smoother. It was a bit fragmented before because it was separated between planning and engineering, and that's partly some of the cause of the Conklin issue. Moving forward, we do have a rural outreach program that we're talking about internally now of setting up again. From COVID had an impact on our delivery, and we just never got back into the habit of having a proper rural outreach program. And that will be something that's coordinated with our safety codes team and also with our planners. So we should start seeing some improved services, and that's our goal for 2024. In terms of having additional resources, one of the issues that we do have is it's not easy to hire within planning and development. So even if we had a few extra boxes for staff, it doesn't mean that we'd even be able to hire for them because we do have vacancies right now. But internally, we're looking at two things that would impact the rural permitting processes. One is doing planning better, basically, so improving our processes as they are. And then secondly, having a proper rural outreach program and creating a standard operating procedure, so it's part of the delivery of the department. Over the years, it kind of like it's like there's been efforts made to go out in the rural area, and then they die off, and then they come back again, and they die off. And we need to be, it has to be like firmly implanted in the department's service delivery, which it's not right now. In 2024, that's what we're going to be focusing on.
Thank you. So I know that, you know, in the last 5 years that, you know, it's still the same issue with permitting rurally, and I understand that, you know, there's some adjustments that are being made, but I think we need to really have somebody specific to rural communities, rural relations, Indigenous and rural relations. No, I'm just saying that it's specific to the rural community, and I just feel that there's a neglect, not a neglect, just a I don't know what the word I was looking for, but I just feel that disconnection between the rural communities and you guys know what I'm talking about, right? So it's been like we've had these issues for beyond 5 years, and I just feel that it's still happening. So, like, there's something needs to be done because, like I said, we shouldn't be making the news when it's our planning and development team and administration doing the stuff, and it's still happening right in front of our eyes.
All good points, Councilor Cardinal. Just want to kind of stick to the numbers and budget today, and we can bring that stuff forward.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Bowman. Just through the chair to Amanda. Amanda, it's a drop of $770,000, but it's under professional services, real estate administration. It said standard operating procedures update. So last year budget was 800. This year it's 30,000. Just look for clarification on what.
Can you please tell me the page number? Sorry, through the chair.
1424.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, we are undertaking a project throughout the entire Planning and Development Department where we're looking at all our standard operating procedure. And the 30,000 you're particularly referring to has to do with the land administration budget, where they want to completely update their entire standard operating procedure in order to be able to do land acquisition, land sales, land process much better. The current standard operating procedures that they have is absolutely and quite outdated. It doesn't line up properly to changes that have happened provincially or changes that happen in terms of the legislation. So it's necessary that we do the updates and we put the money in the budget in order to recruit external support to do that update, because due to staff shortage, we're not able to do them internally.
Okay, through the chair, thanks. But we're going from 800 last year to 30,000. So are we shortchanging ourselves? Like, if we had 800,000 last year to do this job, and now we're only going to spend 30,000, is that we've done most of it and just to finish this off?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, the 800,000 was not set aside last year for the standard operating procedure. Is new money that we're asking this year. The 800,000 that you're seeing in there is money that was from another budget line items, and some of that money has been moved to other budget line items. I would like to invite Bryn Armstrong from the Land Administration Department to provide more clarity on that.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, there was a line item that we carried forward from last year. It's a standard offer agreement for appraisal services. So 400,000 of that is carried forward. 200,000 of that is also been moved to a different line item, just for clarity, and that's our regular professional services, things like carrying out surveys and working with consultants.
I think I'm more confused now, but that's okay. I can talk to you after about that. Thanks.
Sorry, through the chair to the question, if I can add some clarity there. Traditionally, this budget in line administration wasn't that clear. So there are, in some cases, you're going to see from the 2023 budget in comparison to this year's budget, there was also an exercise of trying to clean up the budget and to put monies where they belong within the proper coding. So in some cases, even though it looks like we dropped for a particular service, it's likely that the services that were once put into the 2023 budget, it didn't necessarily make sense to be where it was. That's essentially the explanation.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. I'm looking at the community development planning. So it's page 10 of the big binder, and it's going to be a simple one. The budget for materials, goods, supplies, and utilities was 8,300 in 2023, and the coming year is 36,200, and the change is 27.9. But during the presentation, you had mentioned that this is due to community engagement. So I was wondering why that is under your portfolio and not under communications, just to create a synergy and efficiencies.
Through
Why
the chair.
is it different from the other public engagement? Just wondering.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko. So we coordinate all of our communication or any of our public engagement with the communication department. We work very closely with them. But for the sessions that we host, there is a cost associated to hosting them. And this budget would cover those type of costs. So whether it be room rental, food cost, printing, anything that we need to support the public engagement session, we would be covering it under our departmental budget. But we work closely with other departments to coordinate and to actually host them.
Okay, thank you. The second question is one that I'm sure you are familiar with. So I'll start by saying kudos for all the jobs you've done regarding downtown revitalization, looking more beautiful in some places. We still have a lot of work to do, but kudos to all the the changes you brought. So the red tape reduction and sometimes almost redundant kind of re-permitting, if I can use that word. Say, for instance, an office has already, which is an office for professionals, everybody just doing the regular accounting or legal services, and then somebody else is joining them doing business analysis, and then there has to be a re-permitting for that one room of one layer. So it's really not the easiest way to view RMWB, at least from the eyes of the public. So I'm wondering what efficiencies is the public to expect in 2024? Is there going to be more changes without compromising the quality and, of course, safety? Mm-hmm. So,
through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, in terms of efficiency and red tape reductions, in community development planning, we've implemented a change of use process where if a building or a unit is going from the same type of use to the same type of use, we don't require permit process anymore. We don't require the applicant to put in the permits. We require them to inform us through the process that we've established. So that's one of the steps that we're improving efficiency. But that does not stop the safety code process to remain in place, because we have to make sure that although one tenant is moving out of the unit and another tenant is taking it, we have to make sure that the safety of the unit is still consistent with the requirement. Therefore, we still have to go through the safety code process. So we're still looking for ways to find efficiency while maintaining the requirement of the Safety Code Council.
Thank you.
Through the chair, if I'm able to just add some clarity as well.
Yeah, for sure.
In relation to the question about what we can expect for red tape reduction, there's a lot of different angles that we're trying to tackle it on. So, for example, through the process review, there are 92 recommendations that our department is going to be following up on and are following up on. That will help improve some of the red tape. We're also undertaking a huge shift towards customer service, and some of the most recent realignment changes are going to have a positive impact there. On our front counter, for example, there's going to be one consistent team at our front counter here for planning and development. And we're also looking at ways in which we can improve our permitting system. So that's an active project as well, where online permitting should become easier with time. And we're also looking at the information that is on our website, and we're constantly going in and trying to tweak it and make it clearer. In terms of how we deliver our service, we're encouraging staff to pick up the phone more, follow up on email, making sure that we're not just saying no, but also providing the why and the how and alternatives or next steps. It's something that's taking a lot of time in order for us to do it right, but we are starting to see some of the impact of those efforts, knowing that it is a long game. It's nothing that we're going to see direct results with. It's a constant effort on all of our behalf, and we have seen a shift within the department, but we need to push more and see what else we can achieve through the red tape reduction, and that's what we're intending to do.
Super. Thanks, Amanda. Thanks for your update. And back to budget. In the planning development proposed operating budget, there's a small drop in wages and salaries, which is, I'm guessing, moving people around, but significant drop in the contract and general services by almost $2.5 million. Beyond your page 3, I think, Kojo.
Through the chair to the chair, the significant drop that you notice has to do with the move from Timberley Landing to Jubilee, us getting out of the Timberley Landing leasing contract. That's what showing that substantial drop.
Okay, so that contract would be that lease in there? Is that what's in there, or just?
Through the chair, to the question, this before, so in the 2023 budget, the Timberley Landing lease was reflected in contracted and general services.
Oh, okay.
And
yes,
now it's
that
not.
lease was in that 3.8.
Exactly.
Oh.
Sorry?
Because in 2023 it was 3.8 million, and then going into 2024 it's down to 1.5 million.
Exactly. Previously it was captured there.
That lease was in there.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just not really a question, but a comment. I can't speak for the issues with the rural and Councillor Cardinal, but I can tell you in the 30 years, whether I was on council or not on council, the 30 years I've dealt with planning development, I've never had any issues, Amanda, whether it was you or Brad or Jamie Doyle in the helm. And I think the only issues that probably ran across were self-induced because either I didn't fill out the paperwork or forgot something, right? So, I mean, like I said, I can't speak to the rural issues, but I don't think we really have a ton of issues in the urban when it comes to your department. I think for the most part, any problems are probably the problem of the sender or whatever, the person applying for the permit. So I think you and your team do a fantastic job. And yeah, there's going to be the odd glitch, but I think the majority of the glitches are probably on the people applying for the permits, whether it's me or someone else, right? So, but anyways, yeah, I just want to say no question, but I think you guys do a great job.
Thank you.
Super. Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Does anyone have any other questions related to the budget? I'm not seeing any. Would anyone like to make a motion? Councilor Cardinal?
Okay, where's the motion? Oh, make a motion? Oh, I thought we were.
Oh, no, not, there is no motion. No, we're not approving the budget yet. You're late to the game. You're late to the game. Yeah, you're late to the game. Okay, thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Kojo.
Thank you.
Next flight, Chief Jody Butts to present the operating budget for Regional Emergency and Protective Services, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. For the record, my name is Jody Butts, the Regional Fire Chief and Director of Emergency Management, and with me here today is Aaron Seeger, our Manager and Deputy Director of Emergency Management, our Deputy Chief Kelly Roberts, and Deputy Chief Rob Van Heck. We're pleased to present the Regional Emergency Services 2024 proposed operating budget. Our mandate is clear: to respond to and mitigate emergencies that pose a threat to life, property, and the environment. Connected through our 911 Emergency Dispatch Communication Center, there are seven departments providing response out of 10 operational fire halls throughout the region. A truly regional model made up of 200 full-time and 70 to 80 paid-on-call staff that deliver a coordinated and integrated service delivery model. Our primary approach to the 2024 operational budget is to uphold service levels within our current fiscal environment. Our strategic approach revolves around ensuring the stability of our workforce responsible for integrated emergency response, with a continued emphasis on maintaining the mental and physical well-being of our members. You will see an ongoing commitment to the Fire Smart Wood Buffalo program, guided by Council's approved wildfire mitigation strategy and the pledge to preventing and reducing the impact of wildfires in our region, ultimately enhancing our public safety. Out of the necessity, our forward-thinking approach to wildfire mitigation has become ingrained in our department and as well as in our communities. A notable development in the budget this year is the inclusion of the Alberta Health Services contribution to the total cost recovery for emergency medical services in the region. This financial reimbursement from Alberta Health Services is a positive shift as it reduces the historical subsidy that the municipality has provided for EMS services. This contribution is a step towards achieving greater financial sustainability. Overall, Regional Emergency Services 2024 proposed operational budget is $44,068,460, with revenues at $12,005,977. The resulting net cost for services is $32,062,482. RES is proposing a $1,136,357 net decrease from the 2023 approved budget. Now, listening to Council's line of questioning around salaries, wages, and benefits, I thought I'd take a moment just to point out a significant difference in RES from the rest of the organization. Of the 200 full-time staff, 176 of them are IFF, who without a new ratified agreement continue to be paid at the 2020 rates. I'd like to highlight three significant changes in our 2024 proposed operational budget. As mentioned earlier, a $2,451,116 increase to the revenues from Alberta Health Services. At the same time, we'll attempt to reduce overtime expenses by $2.5 million compared to the 2023 actual spend, resulting in a decrease in the 2024 salaries, wages, and benefits. The third significant change is under transfers to individuals and organizations. This year's annual Hero Sustainability Grant is $1,250,000. A business decision was made to move the funding from the Community Investment Program into the expenditure side of the RES budget. This adjustment ensures a more accurate reflection of the RMWB total cost of EMS services in the region when reporting to Alberta Health Services. The local Hero Foundation will continue to apply for the funding through the Community Investment Program year over year. As we present the details of each department, the nature of the budgetary changes will underscore our commitment to the fiscal responsibility, our strategic initiatives, while maintaining the highest standards of public service to our community. Our current 2023 budget is tracking 1% above budget. We have experienced increases in costs for vehicle parts and repairs. However, overtime is the major driver on our costs and continues to trend in an upward direction. We continue to experience a high average of emergency response staff on various leaves or unplanned absences. We had carried over from 2022 in contracted in general services $502,038 related to delivery timelines for fire hose orders and the midlife refurbishment of our ladder truck, and for a Chippewa air quality study. However, currently 92% of that has been spent and the final project is expected to be completed this fiscal year. I'll now invite Deputy Chief Kelly Roberts to provide an overview of the Operations Department.
Thank you. So the Operations Branch encompasses all aspects of support to facilitate an effective, safe response to emergency situations throughout the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. Within the Operations Branch, our integrated services begin with the 911 Emergency Communications Dispatch Center through to our combined fire and EMS response model that covers the rural and urban areas. This model is a cost benefit and provides an enhanced service to the municipality by employing cross-trained response personnel and fire and EMS, allowing us to respond to the variable needs of the region. Included in our integrated model is the multidiscipline training officers that provide the specialized training to our firefighters and paramedics for skills maintenance. The Regional 911 Emergency Communication Dispatch Center consists of 12 full-time staff along with a casual pool of 8 dispatchers. This service provides 911 call answer and triage along with the fire dispatching on a 24/7 basis, and we are excited to see EMS dispatch return in 2024. The service also assists with ensuring responder safety and provides administrative support to fire permitting processes. The budget in this area remains stable year over year with no significant changes. Total cost of service in 2024 is $2,923,911. The 911 Emergency Communications Dispatch Center does receive revenue of $640,000 annually through the 911 grant program, which is managed by the Alberta Emergency Management Agency for our 911 public safety answering point. Most of this funding is placed into reserves, which is at about $1.3 million to fund capital projects related to next generation 911 technological upgrades mandated by the Canadian Radio, Television and Communications Commission. While annually $50,000 of this grant funding is budgeted in the operating area. The training branch develops, supports, and delivers professional training in both firefighting and medical services for both urban and rural departments to maintain skills and competencies. The training branch consists of 1 supervisor, 5 training officers, and 1 support clerk, with a focus of finding efficiencies and delivery of training across our communities. Total cost of service for training for 2024 is $1,123,967. Sorry. The training branch plays a key role in ensuring that we meet requirements under the Alberta Occupational Health and Safety legislations. This year, we completed 3 new initiatives, including a summer camp for high school students to explore careers in regional emergency services, a pilot project in partnership with Careers Next Generation of a cadet group for youth in the region aged 18 to 21, and a pathway for rural fire department members to gain their firefighting credentials. The 2024 budget has also been fine-tuned after a full year's use of our fire training ground and is prepared to offer similar additional programming to the community as we trialed in 2023. Moving on to the Emergency Medical Services budget, RES provides ground ambulance services through a third-party agreement with Alberta Health Services. The agreement identifies cost recovery of 4 frontline ambulances 100% of the time. Overall, the EMS expenses are stable and primarily relate to inflation or contracted wage negotiations. The total cost of EMS service delivery is approximately $11 million. Successful negotiations with AHS has resulted in 0 rmwb subsidization for 2024. The Fire Protection Branch provides fire suppression and medical first response activities throughout the RMWB and is the largest contributor to RES overall operations budget, accounting for about 80% of the expenses. Fire suppression has a proposed 2024 budget of $20,635,993. With that, the operations branch contributes 99% of the regional emergency services revenue streams and accounts for about 167 people. The overall proposed 2024 budget has a net decrease of $1,974,106. Our revenue is $11,923,477. Revenues can be broken down into the following sections. Government transfers reflect the ground ambulance agreement and shows the annual increase of $2,451,116 as a direct result of our negotiations with Alberta Health Services on the ground ambulance extensions. It also includes the Alberta 911 grant revenue. Sales and user charges reflects a slight reduction in expected ambulance billing based on our current trends. Sales to other governments shows a slight increase, which is directly related to operational expenses reported to Indigenous Services Canada and reflects our proposed budget for our rural departments in 2024. The other revenue line is our WCB reimbursement and our highway billing revenues. The budget also shows transfers from reserves for operations, and those directly balance out expenses for safety equipment and contracts in our expense lines. Our overall expenses is $36,953,766. There is a reduction in salaries, wage, and benefits, result of our strategies for overtime costs in 2024. Materials, goods, and supplies increase is mainly driven from life cycle replacement of our primary firefighter personal protective gear or our bunker gear. Provision for allowances is bad debt related to ambulance billing and is changed thanks to improved billing processes and timely billing by our finance partners. An increase in transfers to individuals and organizations reflects the HERO sustainability payment of $1,250,000. This is the end of the operations branch presentation, and DC Van Heck will present professional services.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Rob Van Heck. I'm Deputy Chief of Professional Services for Regional Emergency Services. Professional Services focuses on three primary areas that form the non-response aspects of regional emergency services to enhance public safety. In fire prevention, the main goal is to minimize and prevent losses to persons and property. To do so, we apply the fire code to ensure the safe occupancy of public spaces and multi-use dwellings through engineering, enforcement, education, and investigation. In combination with home fire safety education, we contribute to the reduction of property loss and the improvement of life safety. Total cost of service for fire prevention is $2,223,792. Apparatus fleet maintenance. The Regional Emergency Services operates a fleet of specialized emergency response vehicles. Our apparatus maintenance branch is specialized in providing preventative maintenance, repairs, testing, and inspection of our emergency response vehicles. These emergency vehicles have legislative requirements, as well as the need to comply with manufacturers' recommendations, warranty, and industry best practices to reduce downtime and maximize vehicle life expectancy. Total cost of service for apparatus and fleet in 2024 increases slightly to $1,335,115. The FireSmart program. FireSmart is a national program focused on a disaster risk reduction strategy, which is improving the resiliency of our region and our residents. The FireSmart Wood Buffalo program has been a leader in the province and is very well respected for the work that has been done throughout the region since 2016. I would like to take a moment to thank the residents and community leaders, as well as Mayor and Council, for embracing the FireSmart program in its entirety. The FireSmart program is transitioning from being a fully grant-funded program post-2016 wildfire to a self-reliant, municipally funded program led by a grassroots approach that focuses on community participation. As time goes on and the boreal forest continues to regenerate, we must continue to weave the principles of FireSmart into the fabric of our region. In professional services, we continue to apply for Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, or FRIA, grant funding, which can provide up to $200,000 per community per year. In 2023, FRIA funding totaled $523,649 that has been granted for projects in Anzac, Fort Chipewyan, and Janvier, as well as two urban projects by the wastewater treatment plant and at Thicket Drive above the water treatment plant. Those projects will take place this winter. FRIA grant funding is not guaranteed, and there is an increased demand from other communities that are experiencing increased wildfire events throughout the province. As a municipality, we must do our part to protect the region and make this funding an annual municipal priority to ensure that we continue to mitigate the risks regardless of provincial grant funding. Fully relying on grant funding would set us back to the precarious pre-2016 wildfire situation that left us vulnerable. Our 2024 budget request is for vegetation management funding within the urban service area as a supplement to any FRIA grant funding that we may receive to further reduce the impact of wildfire in high-hazard urban forest areas as identified in the Council-adopted 2022 Wildfire Mitigation Strategy. The total cost of service for FireSmart for 2024 is $540,141. As we look at the 2024 proposed professional services operating budget, the increase in contracted and general services is attributed to the FireSmart vegetation management program I just mentioned. The ask of $220,000 for a project along Signal Road will allow us to mitigate a significant risk to the urban service area. Under materials, goods, and supplies, the slight increase is mainly attributed to vehicle parts cost increases and the residual supply chain challenges as seen throughout the industry since COVID. And finally, the transfer to local boards and agencies is for a new initiative request of an annual FireSmart Wood Buffalo Home Action Rebate Program. In 2022, we received a one-time $100,000 grant fund from Intact Insurance for a similar program. The money assisted 51 residents with up to $2,000 to use for projects outside of their home, such as replacing flammable roofs and decks with a fire-resistant option, upgrading to a double or triple paned window option, or installing fire-resistant siding. These renovations resulted in a tangible wildfire risk reduction throughout the RMWB. It was incredibly popular with residents, and though grant funding is no longer available for this initiative, the community remains engaged in mitigating their risk of wildfire, as was seen through participation in the program. We are asking for Mayor and Council support of an annual municipally funded FireSmart rebate program of $100,000 per year that would encourage home improvements for wildfire mitigation on private property. That concludes my presentation of the 2024.
Thank you. The Emergency Management Branch is responsible to meet legislative requirements for risk identification, response preparedness, emergency plan development, continuity of service, and a constant state of readiness of the Regional Emergency Coordination Centre, or RECC. Emergency Social Services maintains a team of over 135 vetted volunteers, including RMWB employees, community organizations, and members of the community. The Emergency Social Services team provides supports during emergencies such as shelter, food, water, and other essential items for displaced residents. In recent years, our region has transitioned to community-based emergency planning with a commitment of transparency based on 3 fundamental principles: hazards and risks identified by the communities, recognition of the needs of the people in the communities, and creating a unique plan that each community understands and calls their own. The Vulnerable Persons Registry is also housed within our Emergency Social Services program. It's a free, voluntary, confidential service to assist those that may need extra help in times of evacuation or disaster. There are currently 134 registrants from almost every community within the RMWB. This program was initiated through a post-Horse River wildfire grant from the Canadian Red Cross, but is now municipally funded. The Emergency Management Branch consists of 4 full-time staff reflected in the 2024 operational budget. The contracted and general services decrease is largely due to the discontinued use of a public alerting system called Alertable. This need is now being met by the updated provincial Alberta Emergency Alert System. We continually review and discover the best ways to use budget dollars to effectively leverage new technological advancements in the Regional Emergency Coordination Centre. We evaluate responses and apply the learnings to our plans and processes, ensuring a coordinated, efficient response to events such as the Rocky River wildfire and hosting Northwest Territories in their evacuation this summer. The emergency management team accesses some provincially funded training through our participation in the Northeast Incident Management Team, supported by the Alberta Emergency Management Agency. We offer incident command system and emergency social services training in-house to municipal employees and community volunteers internally. Any costs associated with extenuating activations are not included in emergency management budget as they cannot be anticipated. The total cost of service for the Emergency Management Branch in 2023 was $741,134, and we're proposing a net increase of $15,522 due to being fully staffed. The total budget for 2024 is $757,256, 92% of which is salaries and wages. Thank you. Chief Butts will now review the Office of the Fire Chief.
Thanks, Mayor. Regional Emergency Services Leadership Team provides a public service in the areas of safety, preparedness, and quality assurance. We strengthen our services by fostering partnerships with organizations such as our local industrial mutual aid partners, Alberta Forestry, our local Hero Foundation, Alberta Emergency Management Agency, Alberta Health, and Alberta Health Services. Through an interdepartmental approach, we develop and follow strategies in disaster risk reduction and continuity municipal services, leading to a more resilient region that is able to absorb, adapt, and recover from future events. I'd like to take this moment to express my sincere thank you to Mayor Bowman and Council for your tireless advocacy and support of the return of EMS dispatch to our region. While the details and formal agreements have yet to be finalized, myself and my team through this office are committed to our relationship with Alberta Health Services as partners in delivering EMS in the region. The Office of the Regional Fire Chief consists of 7 exempt staff members in leadership roles, contributing to the overall management and direction of our department. Total cost of service is $1,687,626, which represents 5% of the RES total budget. In 2024, proposed budget features a net increase of $156,056 as a result of increases in salaries, wages, and benefits. And before I conclude, I want to share with Mayor and Council that next year, in 2024, is our 50-year anniversary serving the public in our region as a full-time department. Honoring our history and those who have paved the way before us, who shaped who we are today, is vitally important. In 1974, under the leadership of our first fire chief, the late Roy Hawkins, the town of Fort McMurray witnessed a transformative moment in its emergency services. On July 1st of that year marks the hiring of our very first full-time firefighter, Mr. Joe Gauthier. And to me, Captain Joe, the inaugural full-time firefighter who still resides in Fort McMurray with his wife, Pauline, serves as a living testament to the commitment and resilience that defines our department. The support from numerous elected councils over 50 years has played a pivotal role in allowing our department to evolve into what we are today. The commitment and dedication of our council, along with their foresight in prioritizing public safety, have been instrumental in shaping our growth and our capabilities. And with that, thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you all. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to the Fire Smart. So the Fire Smart is usually within the boundaries of the municipality, right? I noticed you mentioned the urban forest area, like working along Celine Forest Road.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's...
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, so Fire Smart is usually within the boundaries of the municipality. As you mentioned, the urban forest area.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, that's correct. We do both urban and rural on municipal land.
Exactly. Yeah, I've seen you do it within Anzac too. But it would not help people fleeing from a wildfire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Boussier? Oh, sorry, Lance. You go.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to the presenters. Chief Butts asked last year, I think I asked you a question about needing additional funds for additional firefighters, and I think you'd said at the time you were fine. I'm bringing the same question to you again, given your comments on the overtime, and the numbers are similar to last year and the previous year, and obviously there's no simple solution, but I guess I'm just looking for some intel from your side.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bussier, thanks for the question again this year. We're looking forward to the organizational redesign. We've already hopeful we'll bring on some operational synergies in that regard. The Regional Emergency Services provides many different types of services, and there's some identified areas of need from a support piece. But to your question specifically, yes, we have an increased number of leaves and vacancies, and we are going to employ a strategy in 2024, as I mentioned. Part of that strategy is looking at increasing our staffing ratio. I've discussed with our staffing ratio with council before, but again, right now we're at a 5.3 staffing ratio, and I would propose that we increase that to a 5.4. And when we look at benchmark that with other communities across the province, that would put us back on the top of that scale. How does that translate? I want to be very clear that by increasing that staffing ratio doesn't mean that we're going to put out more fires. Doesn't mean that we're going to get to calls quicker. It means that we're going to hire more people to do the same service that we're providing. So in budgetary terms, increasing our response staff from a 5.3 to a 5.4, that would mean an increase of 3 overall positions.
Okay, which would be a 750,000.
I don't have that. I'd probably defer that to our labor costing folks. But yeah, there's other needs out there that, as you just heard from the Fire Smart program, we're transitioning away from a grant-funded program. Although still, as you heard, over $500,000 of grant funding from FREA will continue to do that, but it's not guaranteed. And the rest of the province, as we've seen last summer, or this past summer, lots of communities were impacted by wildfire. And so that has raised the awareness to this available funding for other communities. I believe that we're very well positioned, though. Our Fire Smart Wood Buffalo program puts us in a position where, through the graces of council, that we have a plan, a wildfire mitigation plan that you guys have approved. It's just tremendous. We have the commitment from our organization with our Fire Smart Wood Buffalo program. And the third piece of that would be how would we execute that? And so that's something that we would also like to, part of that growth piece. But for now, hopefully that answers your question.
It doesn't. Through the chair, Chief Butts, I'm still concerned about the overtime and the stress it puts on you and your team, and obviously the individuals. I certainly don't know how the system works with you guys, if you're forced into overtime or if it's an option for a lot of people. I'm sure there are firefighters out there that enjoy the overtime and maybe monitor to the best of their ability. And I'm sure there are some that maybe are forced in, but it's obviously a concern for you and your team. And you did mention about restructuring happening, but is there a solution for that problem?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, that when I mentioned about the restructure, there's again many services that we provide through dispatch, through fire prevention, through our fleet, and all those types of things. Specifically, though, our main driver, the overtime driver, is coming from our operation, our response staff. That staff is 143 strong from our full-time department, but the overtime is, yes, it is voluntary. You can say no to it. However, we maintain a minimum manning. And so we have that commitment to the community to maintain that. That's what drives that. And so I think you can appreciate not all members want to take overtime for all the necessary needs of life. And so the less people that take the overtime puts that burden more on the other shoulders. And so we've been, since our 2020, let's just say since COVID, we've been monitoring this, hopeful to allow our the impact of COVID, I think, was probably understated. And we've been riding, on the backs of our members for that amount of time. I think it's time to give them a break. I think it's time as an organization and as council to understand that the well-being of our members is our most important asset. And so we need to give them a break. We need to also, doesn't mean that we're eliminating overtime. That's just the fact of our business and extension of shifts and calls that happen without those things. But it does mean that I am very concerned about our work-life balance for our members that are responding.
Okay, just one last question, and I have a couple of fire smart, but I'll leave it, let the other folks around ask questions. And again, I don't know if this is something that's possible, but to help mitigate the overtime or reduce the overtime stress on your team, is it possible to look outside of the community like the Athabasca or Lac La Biche? And I don't know how their shifts work, but do we reach out to them to see if they, on their days off, would commute up here? I mean, there's probably a bit of a salary advantage coming here to work a shift. Is that something, or is that just a dumb idea?
Through the chair,
and you
to
can be honest. You can just say that's really stupid, council.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bousset, I'll leave those words to yourself. It's something we haven't looked at. We've certainly we have a collective agreement that we both share under that. But I'm going to say this with utmost certainty that our regional model is our strength. And we have, as I mentioned at the top, our RES is 7 fire departments and 10 operational fire halls strong. And then we have the strength of our industrial mutual aid partners. And through COVID, through many, if I was to look at those, we have been forced to create local solutions and figure this out on our own. And we've done that over the 50 years that we've been around, and we'll do that again. It takes a little bit of courage, and if our North Star is in the right place and we're headed in that direction, our compass, and that compass is making sure that our members are the well-being of our members are utmost importance to us, and we'll continue to maintain service in this region. So hopefully that answered your question. That's hopefully I've clearly stated where my thoughts and minds are there.
Okay. So I think what I take from this is you just called me a dummy, but in a very nice way. No,
Thank you, Councillor Bousset. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me opportunity. Thank you. Extremely grateful for the presentation that you gave us. Very fine and informative and encouraging that people whom we love to meet, we love to follow, are here with us. I, being a veteran, had been following the extraordinary performance in the region from 2016 to Fort Chippewa, and also as an interim CEO. It is extremely well. I shall stand with you at any time. In 2016, I put my family in Edmonton, came back to assist you, but I was not allowed to get into the town. So in future, any help, any assistance, I shall be with you in any capacity. And surely extremely grateful for the services that you people render at the risk and the cost of your lives even. So there is hardly any question. Councillor Bousset has been very professional to ask few, but I feel that our area is more vulnerable to fire being in the forest closed in the north.
Sorry, Councillor Wright, do you have a question related to the budget?
I can make it in a question. Can you explain it, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Today is your birthday, sir. You are very aggressive.
Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks for the presentation, to the chair, to the presenters. I kind of want to discuss about the fire truck in Fort Chippewa and where we at with that.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the replacement fire truck is scheduled to be completed in May of 2024. Currently, there is a backup vehicle that is there, that it's taken its place right now. Because of the timing of the arrival of the new one, it likely will not make it up the winter road until 2025.
Okay, thanks. Back to emergency dispatch. What was the spend on last year for specific to that 911?
Jeez, I'm in the worst spot ever. That's the third time I hit my knee.
No pressure.
No. So for 2020, so through the chair, Councillor Cardinal, for 2023 spent on our 911 Emergency Communications Center. Of course, the year is not quite complete, but our budget for it is basically the same as what we've proposed in 2024. We have a overall expenses from 2023 of $2,549,273 and expenses of $2,692,479. So we're pretty much running on track within that budget for 2023, and so you'll see that it's basically the same amounts for 2024.
Thank you for that. So the funds for the $648,000 we received from where'd you say that came from?
The Alberta 911 grant program.
Yes, is that the only funds that are coming in for the 911 dispatch?
Correct, yes, because we don't provide services to groups outside of the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, so we don't have any other revenue streams than the Alberta 911 grant.
Oh, okay, thank you. I kind of wanted to touch base a little bit on the FireSmart. Thanks for letting me ask the question, Lance. The Intact Insurance, you gave $100,000 to the. Okay, I just kind of wanted to. How was that? How do people find out about that?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, we had a public campaign. We had information bulletins, and we posted it through our social media as well, through our communications department.
Oh, okay.
And then there was an application process. And then through various public engagements, we had opportunities for the public to learn about it at that point as well.
Thank you. Is that annually?
That was a one-time annual program.
Okay.
And because of the success we found in it, leads us to our ask for continuing the program through municipal funding moving forward.
Oh, great. Right on. Maybe can I have maybe an example of Home FireSmart? Like, what would be an example? Like, what would they do?
So, like I had mentioned, things like replacing old roofs. Specifically, along a lot of the trail systems, we see cedar shake shingles. That would be an example of something that we would encourage replacement of. But old roofs that are worn as well are obviously very susceptible to ignition through spark transfer. Changing siding, changing fencing, changing decking. There's all types of less combustible materials out there that are encouraged for residents that live along the green spaces primarily, but anywhere within in the region is encouraged.
Oh, awesome. That's great. One more question maybe for Jody. I got a question about salaries. Is there any salaries for Fort Chipewyan Fire Department?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, they are paid on call. So when they respond to calls, and there's an hourly rate, and when they are show up to the fire hall for for training purposes, they're also paid by the hour.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking. I think we had this discussion before about how it would be to have more of a presence in the department itself. Not just on call, but remember how I was asking you last year about, more involvement with the schools, more presence at the fire department? Where did we end up with that?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I think we've done significant strides there, Councillor Cardinal. As you know, Clarice is our deputy chief. She's very avid in the community. We actually have one of our full-time members is a resident, or was a resident of Fort Chippewa, so he goes back and he engages with the community and shares that. So to answer your question directly, we've heard you from last year. We've engaged the community involving the local fire department there, and we've made some tremendous strides there.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you guys for all you do, and I keep on looking at all of you, and I just remember the fire and how well of a job that your guys' department did. And I just want to thank you for the wonderful work you guys do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Through the chair. I'm going to put you on the spot here, I guess. I want to circle back to what Councillor Bouzier was discussing, because I think you might have felt it, but maybe didn't bite on it. You say that you want to move from 5.3 to 5.4, and that's ultimately the end goal. But right now you're concerned about mental health and things of that nature. But am I right in assuming you want to try and tough it out for this year? Because I assume you have some ideas that there might be people coming back.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Ball. No, we're not. We've done enough waiting. As I said before, we've since 2020, since COVID, we've experienced and observed these high levels of leaves. So going into 2024, we're going to employ a strategy. And one of the pieces of that strategy is to increase our staffing ratio from 5.3 to 5.4.
Correct. So how do you do that without increasing staff? Because there's no ask. I heard that you would require 3 staff to do so. And I believe Councillor Bouzier would like you to ask for 3 staff for the 2024 budget. And I agree with him.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball. As I stated, the increasing from 5.3 staffing ratio to a 5.4 would represent an increase in overall staffing of 3 positions, firefighters, and those would be on the operations or the response crew. So it would be from 143 members to 146.
Correct, and that would be immediate if we did that. Or are you able to accomplish that without adding 3 staff?
We would require funding.
I will make a motion, or Councillor Bouzier will. Thank you.
Councillor Bouzier.
Yeah, just a couple fire smart questions for Rob. Rob, you mentioned the replacing a shake roof. Like, are you saying replace it with another shake roof, or are you looking for for an asphalt shingle? The only reason I ask is some of these neighborhoods have restricted covenants or architecture controls where you can't go all of a sudden, you're not supposed to change your pine shake or cedar shake to an asphalt shingle. So I guess I was just looking for some clarification on whether you were expecting the homeowner to change the style or the type of roofing.
Through the chair to Councillor Bouzier, the restricted covenants, I think, vary, to be quite honest with you. I know that
sure.
There are, and my understanding is through time, those restrictions ease, if you will.
Okay.
There are instances along the Greenbelt where there have been cedar shake roofs replaced with standard tar style shingles without incident. What we encourage is when people are looking to make changes to their property through the Fire Smart program and through the grant, they have to make the changes first. And we make those suggestions as to what types of materials are Fire Smart approved, if you will, before the grant funding is given. So there is an education piece through our Fire Smart manager that takes place.
Okay. Second question is, I mean, after the fire, a lot of folks were upset that their green belt, they came back to a non-green belt backyard And it was upsetting for a lot of people because they had paid extra for that lot, the Greenbelt lot, and all that. And now the complaints I hear about, or people seem to be complaining, is like folks on Burrard Crescent or Waxwing. Like, we went and cleared, 30 meters of trees, but then it doesn't seem to be any maintenance. All we do is let weeds grow. So I guess I'm just looking to be educated. What exactly was supposed to happen after the trees and shrubs were removed? Was it just supposed to be a natural growth? Or were we supposed to maintain it as an RM, like go back and cut it with mowers and all that? Because right now there's areas that are very unsightly. And before the fire were very, very beautiful. And now it's kind of just overgrown with, I don't know if it's fire smart shrubbery or if it's just left to Mother Nature.
Excuse me, through the chair to Councillor Boussays. Initially, a lot of that work was done post-wildfire as a preventative maintenance piece. Fire Smart necessarily wasn't initially involved with that piece, but the maintenance of that, I do believe, is through the Parks Department. What Fire Smart does is goes through and identifies high-risk areas within the urban and rural service areas on municipal property, and they will go through and do vegetation management, and that's where some of this funding is coming from through the FRIA grant programs where we do that continual maintenance. The initial part of that was considered fire breaks, if you will, and that was mostly conducted by the province.
Okay. Just one last question. It's not a Fire Smart. I guess it's back to Chief Butts. At the end of the day, how long would it take the schooling or the programming if someone came to you tomorrow and said, Chief Butts, I'd like to work for you? How long would it be before I was actually, or someone was on a truck or in the ambulance if they had full-time dedicated studies and didn't have another job?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Boussaye, let's assume that they're qualified and we don't have to train them. We're working, right now it's about 4 months. If I look at about 4 months, we're trying to get that down through different strategies. So, but I think I want to just make sure we're emphasizing that we've increased our recruitment strategies significantly over 23. Right now we have 2 true vacancies where, there's no one in the seat. What we're talking, or what I've mentioned before, is about the leaves, existing staff that are on leave. And so part of the other piece of that strategy, you're slowly going to pull it all out of me here, is recruitment. And recruitment needs to be very aggressive, needs to be, proactive, and it needs to be able to think and do things slightly different. And that's with a tremendous relationship with our union executive of the IAFF. We're fully on board. I mean, there's a common thread there, and that's a service delivery, and that's what we want to make sure that we want to maintain, and ultimately that's what drives all this.
Okay. And I know at the end of the day, I just, my example about Athabasca or Athabasca, and I just trying to think outside the box, and I get the whole union thing, and you called me dumb, but that's okay. But is there a program where, let's say I wanted to go to fire school, and I didn't have the means or the money to do it? Is there a program under our local where you would pay for me to take the schooling, assume that I graduate, qualified, and then I have an obligation to work for your department for 2, 3, 4 years, or I have to pay back? Is that
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Boussaye, there's no program per se, but we've done that in our history. Again, back to having to figure out local solutions, and so we've taken I remember I was in my time with the department, a recruit class from absolutely zero training to all the way up to fire and the medical. That's the piece that's a little different from most of the rest of the province, other than the other 6, is we require both medical and fire training. We're pretty good at building firefighters, as you can see, the training center and the support from council from previous years on that capital investment. That's going to pay dividends here in the coming future. I'm excited to see. We have some strategic plans moving forward. you raise a good point, though. I am concerned about, sustaining our current recruitment. So, again, in the near months, I'm going to hopefully bring forward some thoughts around that. That will probably require some council's support on that going future. But I'll just summarize by saying our focus is from a training perspective and creating avenues, local opportunities for local people to be a part of RES and to be firefighter, EMS, dispatcher, all those things that we offer. So that's in the future coming.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Dogar, you have a question?
Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Mayor. Old man is very keen for questions. So I will ask the question, and the question is that as per the discussion, the Fort Chippewa, it seems that is a part-time and they are on call. Am I right? So is it the same in other reserves also like Conklin?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I wouldn't, I guess, categorize it as part-time. They're not on call. Well, they are ready to respond whenever is necessary. They have radios, and we actually have an app that we can call upon them when a call is needed. So I wouldn't call them part-time. We would refer to it as paid on call. Fort Chippewa is no different than the other 5. And so there's Fort Chippewa, Fort McKay, Sapri Creek, Anzac, Jonvier, and Conklin all operate under that same
Okay.
Same
How do you
method.
compare their efficiency with those who are in the town?
I would, through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I have utmost respect for our volunteer and our part-time, did I say part-time? Paid on-call members, our volunteer members. Fire burns the same, whether it's in Conklin, Fort Chippewa, or Fort McMurray. And they manage that emergency response in fine fashion. So,
thank you very much. Fire is the same, but people are different, little different. Professionalism who are full time, and maybe you send somebody to enforce them also from the town in case of any emergency.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, you're right. That's again back to my comment that our regional model is truly our strength, and so the volunteer departments out there are paid on call. They are always being backed up by our full-time staff.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to Rob again. Sorry if I'm repeating, and you might have touched on this already, but will a Fire Smart program under home improvements become available again?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, I believe the question that you're asking is, will the grant program be available to residents again? And that represents the ask that we have here today for the $100,000 grant funding program that we would like to see municipally funded moving forward into the future, so that we can continue to provide rebates to residents throughout the RMWB.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation and long discussion on this. Mine is more of a comment, just to appreciate all the works that went into advocating for the decentralization of EMS. And also, I found in your presentation that the $9 million cost of emergency services is now passed on to the province. Is that correct? It is now going to be zero cost to us, or maybe I'm not hearing well, but that was exciting. Just wanted to be sure.
Through the chair to Council Benjoko. Historically, we have, as a municipality, has subsidized parts of the costs associated with emergency medical services. And with the new contract with Alberta Health Services that we have at this moment in place, we do get $9,639,116 from them. So between that and our estimated ambulance billing revenue, we consider the EMS service as cost neutral.
Thank you. That's good to know. And then we've talked a lot about the staffing. My understanding is that there's going to be a reduction in the crew size, and the delivery of services will not be affected. This is in a prior discussion. Is that correct? This is to Chief Jody.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, I wouldn't say that that's correct. We'd have some further discussion on that and part of the strategy to manage that over time.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Joko. Any other questions?
Sorry.
Go
Finally,
ahead. Sorry.
Yes. Finally, about the Fire Smart program, my understanding is it's 1,500 subsidy per home. So the 100,000 will be funding for about 45 or 60 houses.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, we provided up to $2,000 depending on the project that was taking place, and we supported 51 residents through that $100,000 grant.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Joko. Any other questions from council? Not seeing any. Quick question. We've ever seen that $100,000 or that $1 million that the previous premier promised for Hero?
Through the chair to Mayor, I am not aware of it, so I'd have to answer that as to say no, we haven't. But as you can see, we've incorporated the Hero funding into RES, and so we're going to have a clean line of sight on that going forward.
Okay, perfect. And also, does the province contribute anything towards that? Does that go into the cost of the Hero service for our region?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, the province right now contributes $1 million to the Hero Foundation.
Right, and they promised an extra $1 million.
And they promised an extra, which I don't believe that we've seen as of yet.
Okay, something to work on.
Yeah.
And I think the other question I had is evolving as we sit here. So we're going to take a quick motion recess and reconvene in about 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. Councillor Bousset, you have a motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Motion is as follows, that $555,000 be added to the Regional Emergency Services 2024 operating budget to add 3 additional full-time positions for the purpose of supporting response. Sorry. And that administration also investigate options for training programs for firefighters and other apprentices for the organization. I guess long and short of it, Mayor Bowman, is we've heard Chief Butts talk about staff shortages and overtime through the roof, and this will hopefully help him, give him some flexibility and looking for additional support for his team. And the other option was for administration, I guess in partnership with Jody and his team, look at training programs for local or for people to do it locally. And I'm just looking for council support for this.
Thank you, Councillor Bousset. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion, and I'd just like to make a couple comments. Chief Butts has recruits ready, 5 recruits ready. So, cut me off? Sorry. So my understanding is Chief Butts has 5 recruits ready at the present time, and he can only hire 2 within his budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Does anyone like to have any questions of Councillor Bousset or comments? CEO Hunter?
I think that we don't actually have recruits ready. We actually have 2 openings at the moment, and we are actively trying to recruit for those two openings. Thank you.
Thanks, CEO Hunter. Councillor Ball? Oh, sorry. Go ahead again, Councillor CEO.
Sorry, the statement was made that we have 5 recruits ready. We do not have 5 recruits ready. We have 2 open positions at the moment, which we are actively recruiting for.
Thanks, CEO. Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair, absolutely support this request. Hearing that we've got firefighters that are, I think I heard a number of 40,000 hours of overtime collectively just seems a little bit much, and the idea of sending a tired firefighter to an emergency doesn't sit well with me, so I'd much prefer to have these 3 positions if it helps the fire department. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Manjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So if I heard CAO correctly, we have 2 opening, the opportunity to fit 2 more staff in that division, but we've not been successful with that, with the recruitment, or what's holding that off?
Chief Butts, would you like to speak to that?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, we've, like I said before, our recruitment, we've really ramped up our recruitment drives. I think we had 3 recruitments throughout the course of 2023. We'll continue to do that. And just a snapshot, we currently have 2 vacancies so that we will, again, open up another recruitment drive for.
Thank you, Chief Boyce. So having 3 more additional opportunities would help?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, yes, it will have a slight. And I think I will also add, though, that the cost of the overtime that is being generated from these vacancies, these 3 additional, will reduce that. That overtime will come down a certain amount.
Okay, so in fact, this might be a form of cost savings if regular staff do the hours rather than pay overtime, which will be higher, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, from a purely financial perspective, yeah, you would be correct. I wouldn't say cost savings, but again, I'm just going to take a moment and just to reiterate, more concerned about the wellness of our members that are bearing the load of that extra work, and this will It will give just a little bit of reprieve there.
Okay, so it will be some relief to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pajoko. Councilor Cardinal? Oh, you're off there, Kendrick.
Thanks, Mayor. To the chair, are we debating? Oh, okay. I didn't know we're debating. Okay. How long have those positions been open?
Chief Putz?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, it's pretty fluid. Those positions haven't been open that long. But there's always a constant attrition that happens within the department, and I would suggest any other group workforce out there. But those positions haven't been available or open that long. However, again, our practices have changed so that we don't wait for 4, 5, 6 positions be open before we trigger a recruitment drive. We're doing that as soon as the one position is open.
Thanks. To the chair, to Jody, it's your department, and I guess you'd know best about it. What are the chances of being able to actually fill those 5 positions?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the chances are good. However, it takes a concerted effort to get out there and sell the region, encourage folks to come here to work for regional emergency services in Wood Buffalo. Those are things and initiatives, part of that strategy to help curb some of this overtime costs that we look to put in place in 2024.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Do you have any other questions, debate points from council? I'm not seeing any. So, me personally, I think, and it's going to, if the fire department's having a hard time to fill 2 positions, adding 3 more doesn't necessarily mean we'll end up with 5 more firefighters. We might end up with 2, but the availability to hire 3 more will be there. And if we're not successful and if we get 3 overall, we're doing at least that. I mean, for the amount of money it's spending, I think it's definitely something I can support as moving into the future. It's going to put, if we have 1 firefighter that's sleeping better at night, that's 80,000 people that are sleeping better at night. So I do support this. This time. So if any other, and also the part about training people, that's something that we don't look at enough in our community, is training apprentices, training firefighters. A lot of communities start doing that, like Lac La Biche, training peace officers. I think that's one of the things we miss on in this community, is actually training the people that live here, and people will move here to train, and that's what's happening in a lot of other communities in Alberta. So I really support that coming into our community. If there's no other questions, debate points, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. So right now I'm going to move into the capital budget presentations, but what I'm going to do is just move into the first part, or when we get to section 2, we'll break there for the day to restart tomorrow morning. So in the capital budget presentations, members of the public who are invited to speak by 12 noon, we're invited to pre-register by 12 noon, Monday, December 11th, wish to speak on an item on this capital budget meeting agenda. Residents wishing to address council on the capital budget will have the opportunity to speak during a public delegation session following the introduction of the capital budget from administration. Delegates that have registered to speak are permitted 5 minutes to speak and must remain on topic. The final proposed 2024 budget will be considered for approval by council on the last budget meeting day, whether it is today, tomorrow, or on a later date. And finally, one last note, councilors joining us virtually, please remember to stay connected during the meeting unless you are declaring a pecuniary interest on the matter. In accordance with electronic participation provisions in the procedure bylaw, if a vote on a motion is taken while a councilor is disconnected, then the councilor is deemed to have left the meeting prior to the vote and will not be able to continue participating in the remainder of that meeting. Starting off, I'd like to invite Lori Ferguson to remain seated and present the 2024 capital budget.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. This afternoon, administration will be presenting the proposed 2024 capital budget and 2025 to 2029 plan to Council and the public. Before we hear from the individual departments, I'm going to provide a brief overview of our proposed budget for the next 5 years. The 2024 proposed capital budget focuses on the continuation of major projects such as flood mitigation, rural water and sewer servicing, rural infrastructure rehabilitation, the Public Works North facility, and the Saunderson pressure reducing valve. In addition, work will be focused on the sustainment of existing assets, such as rehabilitation of neighborhood infrastructure and playgrounds, as well as essential services life cycling, such as water treatment plants, lagoons, heavy equipment, emergency response services, and fleet. There are 4 categories of capital budgets which are summarized on this slide for 2024 to 2029. The first column demonstrates allocations for the first row demonstrates allocations for single-year contracts. The second is first year of a multi-year contract. The third row is multi-year contracts that commenced in 2023 or prior. And finally, capital equipment purchases. As mentioned in my opening presentation yesterday, the 2024 proposed plan of $173 million exceeds the available funding from tax revenue. You'll note that the 2025 to 2026 totals are excessive in dollar value for those years, which will require reprioritization of projects to meet budget targets. The slide demonstrates the 2023 rural and urban service areas for approved capital budgets compared to the 2024 capital budgets. The proposed capital budget for 2024 is $173,524,800. This is an increase of $729,650 from the 2023 budget. The previously approved multi-year projects that are in progress are valued in excess of $518 million and require an estimated $422 million over the next 5 years to complete. It's important to note that these projects are committed contractually in most cases or through a council motion. On average, there is $120 million available annually for capital projects from tax revenue grants. From tax revenue and grants. For the 2024 budget year, requests for projects exceeded $297 million. Difficult decisions for project funding recommendations were necessary to ensure critical project funding was in place for completion of construction and life cycling priorities. Budget requests were reduced by $124.2 million. Careful fiscal planning is required to ensure that we have reasonable reserves and focus on the requirements to maintain or replace critical assets. Thank you for allowing me to provide this overview. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions before we proceed with the capital department presentations.
Thank you, Laura. Do we have any questions? Not seeing any. Up next, we have delegation portion of the capital budget, which will be following council reviewing the proposed 2024 capital budget tomorrow. As a reminder, the public delegation session for its members of the public who wish to speak on the 2024 capital budget. I'll call on our first delegate. We have Dave Callum and John Mulhall representing Fort Murray Golf Club. And just a reminder, if you just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and please remain on topic and stay seated for some questions afterwards, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me today. It's just myself, Dave Callum, here. So my request for Mayor and Council is to revisit and reapprove in your 24 budget the drinking water line project to the golf club that was cut from 2023. A little bit of the background. Is it kind of cutting out a little, or is it clear over there? It's good. The Fort McMurray Golf Club is a community recreation facility. We're a not-for-profit tax-paying entity and have been since inception in 1988. We are not a private golf course, which some are led to believe. In 2023, we paid $92,181 in property taxes and $50,022 to truck in drinking water to our facility. The club does not have rmwb garbage collection and have only recently been getting our road maintenance done after the fire and part of the rebuild, even though it's the municipal road about 120 yards into our property. Since we didn't have access to water and sewer, we were thankfully funded, and thank you very much for this, for our septic system. And at that same time is when the water line began to come into the works. Unfortunately, at a council meeting similar to this, doing budget presentations last year, a motion was brought forward by one of the councillors to take this off the books. So the unfortunate part then is that the project was brought forward by, I guess, the projects department from the municipality, so we didn't have an opportunity to get before mayor and council and speak to this. I guess what had happened is the scope of the project changed within that department and escalated the price, which was unfortunate. Since then, I've had really not a lot of correspondence to try and get this water line back on the table. So I'm requesting at this time that either please put this back on your capital project list, because I think drinking water is pretty important, or provide the balance, just like you did with the septic system, of that original $1 million that was in the budget, and we can do the project on our own. I think, you know, with the support I've got from my membership base and companies that work there, we can get it done within that $1 million budget, and I actually have a quote for that. You know, I think it's important, you know, to have water, and it would reduce our operating costs from, you know, not just now, but for the remainder of the golf club. And, you know, I think a potable drinking water line to the golf course is an endeavor worthwhile exploring. And I think it's an essential service. It's afforded to most people within the city boundaries already. And, you know, I really wish we had this 35 years ago. But that concludes my ask.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Do you use that same water to water the golf course?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, absolutely not. This would be just for drinking. We have a permit to pull water from the river for irrigation system purposes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I wanted to ask probably administration, but I'll ask you first. I believe you're thinking of a temporary, or not temporary, but a permanent above ground seasonal line, correct?
That's correct. The bulk of our business is obviously seasonal, is where we're busy. So this line would be, I guess, directionally drilled for a smidge, but mostly an overline water thing. So we would blow it out just like we would our irrigation system for the golf course. So it would help us more in our operational seasons than the lower downtimes in the winter.
Okay, thank you. So I guess my next question is going to be for, I assume, our UGS team and or our engineering team. Is doing an above ground line potentially detrimental to our water system, as it's connected to our entire system and it could have a failure? So I'd like to understand, should we go above or should we go below? I believe all of our other water lines are below ground.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, my name is Elliot White and I work with the Underground Services team. Currently, the engineering servicing standards that we have as part of the RMWB suggests that you want to have coverage on top of your water line, so basically an underground water line. What that does, it provides protection from a variety of things. One of the things that it does provide protection of is frost. What Dave is recommending is it's a seasonal water line. I believe you're suggesting, I assume, that you would sort of roll it up at the end of every year. I would be comfortable doing a little bit of research on this before giving a final response, personally, because
what Dave is bringing is an alternate to our our ESS, and I would be remiss not to look at that closer.
Okay, thank you. And I think that is a good idea. All things considered, our engineering standards being a minimum standard, and this would be significantly less than what our minimum standard is.
Yeah.
If we could do an investigation to find out what might best suit their needs for the Fort McMurray Golf Club, that would be absolutely appreciated.
Yeah, I would like to raise one other point. Is geotechnically speaking, it's also a concern as well. So you got to balance risk with that as well. So
would you be able to do cost estimating as well if you had a solution or came upon a solution?
You're asking whether, say, the engineer, I should say, whether Underground Services, the PMO office, would be able to provide cost estimates associated. Ballpark. I'll call it a cost estimate for now.
Well, we keep throwing $1 million around.
Yeah.
$1 million bucks. I don't know.
Yeah. Given my new position within the organization, I'd like to be able to look at this file a little closer to provide expert opinions on it. And I'm not even suggesting it would be me looking at it. It could potentially be others within the organization as well.
And to you, Dave, I actually appreciate your concern. I assume this is for your peak times during the summer. You don't need it in the winter because you just don't have the volume of people. So it does make sense to me. So.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Ball, you're absolutely correct. And as far as the slope stability stuff, ATCO just ran us a gas line down the hill this fall. So I think the risk of a water line being roughly the same size of PVC pipe is a minimal issue from our concern from the golf course and from the contractors we've spoken to that can do it for this budget.
Okay, all right, thank you.
CEO Hunter?
So I've not really been involved in this, but when I joined the municipality, I read significant amount of stuff, and I read something on the golf course, and that line, one of the biggest problems was that was the geotechnical, and it is different from my gas line because if there's leakage from that water line, then it does cause major slope stability issues, and that's why the price was so high for engineering to do it. And laying it on the surface again, if you have a leak there are significant issues with slope stability. That's basically all that I've read, and the major concern was slope stability with leakage from the pipeline.
Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair. I would like the questions more back kind of to administration. If we're looking at possibilities of how to do it, one of the things I'd like is a legal opinion as well, because if we provide the funds to build a line that something happens because it's not done 100% to all of the related standards, then we carry the liability for that. So it's not just as simple as, we'll do it. It's got to be done within certain standards in order to maintain the liability. So I would along with that, I would want to ensure that the liability is being covered as well. So.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair, to the presenter. If my memory's okay sometimes, would that be the line that we approved? And I think where the cost comes from, would that be the line that we approved in the capital project budget of, I think it might have been 2020? We approved it in a capital budget. I'm just not sure. Would that be the same line?
Anybody know that?
Just asking.
Would anyone in administration know that? Councillor Grandison?
I was just going to say, if my memory serves me correct, yes, it was approved, and then when it came back to council, it had doubled in value, and that's when it was removed. But it was initially approved.
Okay, thank you.
So that was the previous council, and I'm just wondering, I guess when we commit a project, I think it was, I'm not sure about the cost overruns, but I guess back to the presenter, one more question if we through the chair. But what I'm hearing today is if we re-granted what we approved, you would be able to take that project and execute it like something like after the big flood. Members that own businesses or associated, they would take on that project as long as it was, I guess, in compliance with what we had to do.
Through the chair to Councilor McGrath, that would be correct. We would take it on and all the liability and make sure we, did it through, my quote was to do it properly, obviously, and follow the right channels.
And as long as we followed the designs of the municipality and the permitting process, you would take that project yourself. And I just want to make sure, because I know as a councillor, you get chastised for lots. And I know it went through a budget process. I don't know if it doubled in cost, but usually people give their word, it carries through. So I'd ask through the chair, if a motion can't be made today, I'd ask administration on this subject, could it be done before the end of the budget? I think it could, but I just want to make sure.
Councillor McGrath, we'll continue with questions right now and move to that.
Okay. But that's all I had. I appreciate what the golfing community does, and I realize I think it's one of the first requests of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Dave. Dave, and you may have mentioned it in your talk, what's the cost savings to the club per year if you did have your own independent water line?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, I think when I was doing my math there before, based on what we'd have to pay the municipality in commercial rates, I would save about 80% on my water bill every year with what we spend. Like right this year, I said it was just over 50,000. We'd reduce it to about 10.
Okay. And the second question is, you mentioned you pay property tax. Is it paid to the RM or the province?
It's paid to you guys.
Okay. Thank you.
And Dave, the water bill you pay now, who's that paid to? Or not? It's not. I should rephrase that. Is that the RMWB you pay that to?
We pay a private contractor for water trucking and delivery and everything else. You can imagine every year.
So after putting this in, it'd be $10,000 you'd be paying to the RMWB.
Yes, versus the 50-ish we're paying now.
Perfect. Thank you. Do we have any other questions for council? Councillor Weig, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to motion that administration take this back and recost it out and work with Dave Callum and the Fort McMurray Golf Club to find a solution and to present it back to council.
Can I get a seconder, Councillor McGrath?
Yes, if my colleague or Stu or Councillor Wiggle would accept a friendly amendment, just to have it, would it be reasonable to have it back sometime before the end of January? So if we do bring it forward, that the club would be able to do it this spring.
Councillor Weigel? Yeah, he's fine with that. Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Weigel. Thank you. Councillor Weigel, would you like to speak to that motion?
Yeah, I was the one that made the motion last year to pull it off, and my intention was not to get rid of it altogether, but the concern was that it went from $1 million to $1.7 million. And so with private contractors telling us the same thing that Mr. Callum heard, is that we can do the project for under $1 million, and so the concern was the price, not the project. And so I want to make sure it gets back on the table, and as Councillor McGrath said, that we just honor the word from a past council.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Do we have any questions or comments? Councillor Banjogo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just need some clarification. So we're asking administration to go and look at this project and work with the golf club. Okay, so, but not that RMWB is going to hands off the project and it will be privatized.
Councillor Weigel, would you like to read the motion again? Or
just advise.
CLO Brown will share the motion to everybody.
Thank you.
Everyone should have that now. Do you have that there in front of you, Councillor Benjoko?
What?
Do you have that motion in front of you now?
Not as
It should be on
clear
your,
as I would.
if you press on your Excel button on your iPad, it'll come up.
I see it in a tiny little bit.
When
Trying
you
to
double
read
click
it from
that picture, it'll be big on front of you.
Oh.
Got it?
No. Okay. I'm glad I made him walk all the way. Thank you. Okay, the administrator reviewed the potential, including easement. Okay. All right. Thank you. This is clear, and that's good to know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Joko. Is there any other comments, question, or debate points from council? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate the presentation today.
And thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time. I know you've been very busy. You're already half a day behind, so I'll get out of here. But thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, everyone, I'm going to call a recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., and we can get into the capital budget. Have a good evening, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.